Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. Security cameras at the Ritz Hotel recorded their final outing before the fatal crash. The Fayed family released an edited version of the videotape yesterday. Here's ABC's Sheila McVicker.
They came to Paris to escape prying lenses. But by the time Princess Diana in white jeans and Dodi Fayed pulled up at the Ritz Hotel just before 10 p.m. last Saturday night, photographers were waiting. They ran for the door. Like all big hotels, the Ritz has security cameras everywhere. And Mohammed Al-Fayed, owner of the Ritz and father of Dodi, used these images today to make his point that his staff was not negligent. At 8 minutes past 10, the man who would drive them to their death, Henri Paul, arrived back at the hotel. He had been off duty for 3 hours. French prosecutors say that night Paul was criminally drunk. Police sources say he had 3 times the legal limit of alcohol in his blood. Over the course of 2 hours, Paul was recorded talking to senior hotel staff. He was not seen going to the bar. He does not appear visibly drunk. Spokesman for Mr. Al-Fayed said these images proved their contention Henri Paul was not drunk.
If Monsieur Paul was culpable, then he deserves to be condemned. But we owe it to everyone to now examine the evidence.
At 6 minutes past midnight, the princess and Dodi Fayed prepared to leave. Out front, the crowd of photographers and tourists was growing, surrounding the cars and drivers that should have taken them away. They decided to use the back door. 12:19. With Dodi's arm around Diana's waist, they waited for the car. Henri Paul and the bodyguard, Trevor Rees-Jones, checked the street. At 12:20, the Mercedes pulled up outside. The street was empty. There were no photographers. The Al-Fayed family claim there is no sign of the driver challenging photographers to catch him, as has been charged. Quickly, in the dark street, the couple can just be glimpsed, Diana's white jeans reflecting the car's taillights. The Mercedes slowly and unaccompanied pulled away. The Al-Fayeds confirmed today that Dodi had given Diana a diamond ring. And at his apartment, his family found other evidence of the couple's affection. A gold cigar cutter inscribed, "With love from Diana," and a pair of her father's cufflinks given to Dodi. And at the apartment, waiting for her under her pillow, was a silver tray inscribed with a poem Dodi had written for her. His family has asked that she be buried with it. Sheila McVicker, ABC News, Paris.
Let's continue on this particular subject just for a moment. We are joined by Mike Zimmett, who actually did security for Princess Diana in a 1995 visit here in the United States. And people continue to ask how something like this could have happened, how security could have allowed this, how she had not had a certain protocol in order to take care of her, including a driver.
2 questions immediately come to my mind. Number one, if the driver, Henri Paul, was drunk, as the blood tests say they show, how in the world do you let a drunk driver behind a wheel with Princess Diana? That is a bad lack of planning. Number 2, she would still be alive if there were proper manpower and a proper motorcade, even a 2 or 3 car motorcade, the last car being the chase car. If that would have been in place, you're talking about paparazzi chasing her, a chase car with 1 or 2 bodyguards in there being the detour car to chase those paparazzi away, meaning she could have made a clean getaway without the speeding. Also, did the driver have to speed? This was not a life-threatening situation. Nobody was attacking her. So the other question is, the driver, drunk or not, should he have sped away from the paparazzi, considering he had Princess Diana in the car? And the answer is no.
Let's talk for a moment. Right now, we're looking at live pictures in London as mourners are lining up to watch Princess Diana, the funeral procession, as it goes by. Mike, let's talk about some of the security aspects perhaps going on in London, probably at Westminister Abbey.
Absolutely. You probably have several heads of state, including Mrs. Clinton there. The Secret Service, obviously, they're in force and armed. Obviously, in London, security does not want too many armed people, but wherever the First Family will go, armed security is in place. And you have to believe there is a huge detail of Scotland Yard there, not only for the VIPs, but to protect the people. Obviously, with terrorism in the Middle East and so on, they are taking precautions because this is a perfect scene for anybody who wants to try to get away with something to do it in major style and call attention to themselves. So I would imagine security is intense, not just in the hall where the funeral will take place, but along the entire motorcade route.
Okay, Mike Zimmet, we thank you for some of your thoughts. We'll ask you just to hold your place, and we'll be gathering some of your expertise a little bit more often as we proceed through this broadcast. First, though, Richard Miners, as we continue to look at these pictures, I'm struck also by the fact that you happen to be from very close to the hometown.
Yes, in fact, I come from Northamptonshire. My parents live about 3 miles from Althorpe, the Spencer family estate, and that's where I first met Diana when she was 16, working in her late father, Earl Spencer's wine shop in the converted stable block of Althorpe. And she was a gangly, lovely girl, and then, of course, she went in, and this fairy tale princess turned into basically a saint for the British public and internationally.
Richard, let's talk. We just saw some gentlemen, I believe, on horseback there about the procession, if we can, about what's going to be going on. We can see them right there. You can take a look at that. Exactly for the procession, where we're going to be going, Kensington Palace. Let's start there. Let's take a little
Well, the
trip,
procession is going to be about nearly 2 hours long. It starts at Kensington Palace, which was Princess Diana's London home, and is known by the royals as the Aunt Heap, because of all the royal relatives who live there. And then it will go round Hyde Park, which is right in central London, along Park Lane, where Dodi Al-Fayed lived, and then it will go towards St. James's Palace, and then down to Westminster Abbey. And it was extended from about 1 mile to 3 miles to obviously cope with the massive number of people there. 6 million people will be cramming into central London to see this, which is about 10% of the population of Britain.
And it will end up in a place that you're sort of familiar with.
Well, what will happen after the service at Westminster Abbey, which will be about an hour, a hearse will then take Diana down the M1, which is the main motor route from London to Northamptonshire, about 70 miles, to her final rest in a private service at Great Brinkton Parish Church, which is a 13th century church on the Althorpe estate. And as we know now, she will not be buried there because of the fear that it will turn into a Graceland type situation, and will be buried on an island in the middle of a lake on the Althorpe estate where she played as a child.
Let's talk about that location, if we can, for a moment, so people understand what's there and what isn't there. Tell us about that, because you know exactly what it looks like.
Well, basically, it's a very small island in the middle of a lake, which has now been consecrated by a priest, and there will be a very simple grave for Diana. It does not mean that that people have no access to it, because I gather that 1 or 2 days a year it will be open to the public so they can visit the island and the grave and pay their respects to Diana. But clearly this is a better situation than burying in the general churchyard, where the rest of her family, going back 20 generations, are buried, because of course the total influx of tourists to see this grave would have been totally devastating for this very, very small village, which only has 250 people living in it.
All right, Richard Miners, thank you for speaking with us at this moment. Sit tight. We're also going to get back with you in just a minute. Mark.
And as we continue to look at these pictures of all of the mourners assembling around Buckingham Palace, we will take a break and continue with ABC News special coverage right after this.
The day after Princess Diana's funeral, the future of the royal family, plus the crash investigation this week, Sunday.
Welcome back to a special edition of ABC World News Now. We are joined at this moment by Dr. Joyce Brothers, who is here, also in San Francisco, child psychologist Brenda Wade, to share some thoughts on some of the grief and some of the major obstacles which are now facing some of the kids, the two princes. Let's begin, Dr. Brothers, if we can, just talking about the outpouring of emotion in a country whose citizens have usually been known to be staid and not very emotional at all.
I think this is wonderful. It will help the two boys, knowing that there is this feeling, this intense feeling for their mother, will be very helpful to them in their grief. Because grief in a sudden loss is very much more intense. We do get a chance to do a little bit of pre-mourning if someone is ill or someone is older, but this is so sudden. And so knowing that she was very meaningful to others helps the young men deal with it. I was very pleased to see some tears shed by William, because when you try to keep a stiff upper lip and you can't smile or cry, it's anatomically impossible and emotionally impossible. So that the fact that the older boy was able to give vent to his emotions in public was very important to him.
Dr. Brothers, let's talk about the mourners if we can. We're looking at some live pictures right there in London as we're seeing several cars go by. 6 million people lining the route for this procession, 2.5 billion people apparently, supposedly going to be watching this perhaps on television. What does that say about all the collective grief that's out there?
For the first time, we are sharing grief worldwide. We, in the past, just went to funerals of people who were in our community or our relatives or people who were important to us in some way. But now, because of television, we are instantly involved in the lives of other people. And this collective grief, this worldwide grief, is very new to us, and we don't know how to deal with it. So we are dealing with it by having memorials in different places around different countries, people spontaneously going to places and placing flowers or little gifts or poems to get a sense of closure. Years ago, they did a study which I think illuminates our feelings. They had 2 groups of people doing puzzles, and they stopped one group from completing the puzzles and let the other group complete them. And then several years later, they went back and found that those people who were not allowed to complete them remembered them in great detail. Those who had completed them were able to put it aside. So this worldwide funeral, with everybody watching and participating, is our way of getting closure, our way of completing our feelings so that we can go on with life. And this is something brand new. We've never had this before.
Closure, obviously, is a blessing for those who can achieve it, who has a monumental task, of course, as we bring in our guest from San Francisco. I'm curious about one thing. The 2 boys, both Prince William, Prince Harry, especially Prince William, Dr. Wade, has an absolutely extraordinary task right now. There is so much pressure, especially on William. He is, in many ways, his mother. He is second to succeed the throne. His mother did even put up the idea in the press at one time that he should go straight to the throne instead of Charles. What does this poor kid face at this point?
You know, he has his own grief to deal with in addition to this pressure of knowing that people are saying these kinds of things, which puts him, I'm afraid to say, at odds with his father at a time when, if ever he needed his father, it's now. And, of course, that's the one relationship that we're all hoping that will become more meaningful, will become deeper between Charles and his sons, because they really need someone to step in and fill the gap, the huge gap that's been left by their mother. And the truth is, it's very difficult for that gap to ever be filled. But there is some possibility that if Charles can awaken the feelings that many of us are saying have been frozen for so long, that he could in fact do more for his sons right now than at any other time in their lives. What I'm hoping personally, and this is following the comments of Dr. Brothers, that these boys will be able to have access to their feelings, to cry, to talk about their mother. I'm hoping that someone thought to let them write a letter or draw a picture or put some personal message or memento with their mother's coffin or in her grave, so they have a personal sense of being a part of her journey and being able to have closure of their own with her. Although this, of course, does not mean their grieving process will end. It's only the beginning for them.
Dr. Brothers.
I understood from what I read that Charles did not want the boys to walk in the funeral, and that they insisted that they would. And this is enormously helpful to them, that they, one would think that to have to face the world at a time of great grief would be sort of barbaric, but it isn't. It keeps you together. It gets you through the time of numbness to the time where you can begin the bereavement process. And it is a sign of respect. It is something that will give them peace and understanding of their own emotions. I think it's very important for children at least age of 7 and up to participate in a funeral, because their feelings, their emotions, without knowing what has gone on, are much more painful than knowing exactly what the procedure was.
Thank you, Dr. Brothers. We're seeing some pictures right now of the boys, Prince William, who's 15 years old, and Prince Harry, who will be 13, I believe, in just about a week or so. Let's talk, Dr. Wade, if we can, just about that and the ages of these two boys. The grieving process is just a little bit different, even though there's just a couple of years between the two, is it not?
Yes, that's absolutely true, and that's because of the intellectual development. For Harry, the younger boy, he's just beginning the process that we call separation and individuation. He's just beginning to have a very firm grip on abstract thinking, and developmentally that's going to come and go for a while. It's going to be difficult for him to really fully conceptualize what has happened, whereas William, who is older, who's 15, fully intellectually can grasp this. The abstract thinking is in place, and he has already begun some of the separation and individuation that comes with being a teenager, of being able to say, I have my own thoughts, I have my own feelings, and wanting to push away from the parents, you know, the thing that most parents of teenagers, my children are exactly the ages of these two, and it's something of a difficult, trying time for the child and the parents. But here, for these boys, that process has been interrupted. It's going to be more difficult now to complete that passage through the teen years in a smooth way. You know, my guess is one of two things will happen. Either William will begin to shut down and withdraw if he isn't allowed to complete this process in a healthy way, talk about it, feel it, in other words, or he might just push away completely and go into a shell where he is never able to heal what we call encapsulated grief, or the grief just sits there and it's never resolved, which will be the worst possible thing for him.
As we continue to look at pictures outside of Buckingham Palace, we should remind you that it's 8 minutes until 8 o'clock local time, a.m., in London right now, as the crowds continue to converge and to swell. Richard Meinards, who is also here with us, interesting to note that Tina Brown, editor of the New Yorker magazine, conducted an interview with Diana when she was passing through New York here for charity. Part of the interview was dedicated to her son, and one thing that she said she was trying to teach, especially Prince William, was the fact that he should be more like John F. Kennedy Jr. when it comes to dealing with the press. At this point, with his mother being about the most hounded person during her lifetime, will media attention now shift to William, who also has his mother's aversion to the press?
Undoubtedly. Obviously, the focal point of the royal family since Diana's death is going to be William, because this is a young man who's going to be the future King William V of Britain, and he's got to be able to cope with this. For the next 3 years, he's going to be at Eton College at school, where the British press have an understanding that at school time they do not disturb and they do not photograph. But that, of course, does not apply to the foreign press. So there are obviously going to be problems here. He's going through a very traumatic period. It could get more and more traumatic for him. But I do know that he can handle trauma, he can handle emotion, as he's done so well in the last half-decade, with the divorce battle of his parents being so much in the public and world forum.
Let's talk about the two boys, if we can, for a second, just their personalities, which we did a little bit. Prince William being maybe a little quieter than Prince Harry. Will Prince Harry have a difficult time with this because he's the second? He may not be getting all the attention, and may he have some sort of a difficult time with this, being maybe more forgotten?
I think not. I think, as I say, the focus is going to be on William, and that's going to weigh heavily on him. I think it's easier for Harry because he's not going to be the next king after Prince Charles, and therefore he's in the shadows somewhat, and I don't think he really minds that. I think, obviously, William is going to have a big problem. I think he can handle it, but obviously he's got to be able to emote, and I think his mother, thankfully, has shown him over the years to emote, and that he might cry and show his emotions, and I think that's a very good thing.
Dr. Brothers, about 30 seconds left in this segment. You wanted to add?
Yes. One thing that happens very often when a beloved mother passes on is that the child takes on the characteristics of the mother. And I think that William will mother Harry to a large extent, and may, if he doesn't get that emotional support from Charles, he will be the mother to Harry.
We've had a chance here, all of us are looking at the pictures as you are at home of the mourners milling around, Dr. Brothers and Richard Miners, Brenda Wade, you can see. Dr. Brothers, just a quick reading on what you're seeing out there.
Well, I see people who are gathering who felt it was important to reach a point at which they could participate in something that is very important to them emotionally.
As can a lot of people now, apparently, by way of television. Some estimates put the crowd watching as high as $2.5 billion. Dr. Brothers,
Because
Richard Miners, thank you very much. We'll be talking to you a little bit later as we continue. Sun is shining, a very lovely beginning to a very sad day in London. You're watching ABC's World News Now. Back in a moment. A nation's grief spills into the streets of London after days and days of mourning and a final overnight vigil. The funeral procession for Princess Diana will soon begin.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on this special edition of World News Now. I'm Asha Blake.
And I'm Mark Mullen. This morning, the world says a final farewell to Diana, the Princess of Wales. In just 1 hour, 4 a.m. Eastern, hundreds of millions of viewers around the world will watch as Diana's coffin is placed on a gun carriage at Kensington Palace, draped in a royal standard. Let's go to Buckingham Palace now and join ABC's Nathan Thomas, who was there along with the crowds. Nathan, good morning.
Good morning, Mark. We're here in front of Buckingham Palace where the crowd has gathered, staying all night. Who camped here is a man named Bob Clark. Bob, why did you come and sleep in your car all night here?
I think, obviously, once I heard about this last Sunday, I just felt it was something I had to do straight away, regardless of when it was.
What is so special about this woman?
I think all of us felt that we knew her personally, although obviously none of us ever met her.
Did you ever meet her?
No, not at all. No, not at all.
But still you felt that way?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. People have done so much here. There are so many flowers, as you've seen, the mountains of flowers that have been put here at Buckingham Palace and at other places. Other people have done other tributes to Diana. A man named Saptal Singh Gandhi painted this painting. He did it last night, he said, in 4 hours after he had a dream about Diana. He said he painted this painting just to show how he feels. He wanted to show the world how he felt about Princess Diana and the work that she's done. Saptal also, he is hard of hearing. He has a speech problem. He so much appreciated what Diana has done for people with disabilities around the world that this was his tribute to her. Other people have traveled from all over England. They've come from literally all over the world to be here. One of them is Kate Waterman. Kate, why did you bring your daughters here today?
Well, we felt that we just had to come and pay our respects to Diana. She was really unique. There's not been, well, it's hard to imagine anybody else like her again. She's just irreplaceable.
What was there about her?
It was, I think, a combination of her compassion and her great beauty, obviously, and her devotion to the boys, for whom we all feel totally devastated.
And how far did you travel?
We came up from Dorset, which is about 2 hours, so we left home about 3:30, so we're a little jaded.
And you told me earlier this is not the first time you've come this week.
No, that's right. We came up earlier in the week and laid flowers at Kensington Palace, again, because we just felt we had to, and that was a very moving occasion with so many people sending flowers from all over the world, so we just felt we had to come.
There's been controversy this week about the royal family, about the Queen being hidden away in Scotland and not participating with the grieving in the rest of the nation. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that the shock for the two boys was so intense that Balmoral is one place in the British Isles where they can be completely alone and not hounded by photographers and the media, and I think it was quite understandable that they wanted to protect the boys from that.
You're a mother, you have young children yourself. I mean, talk about just how difficult you think it might be, what they will go through today. I mean, they are now in the public spotlight. They've stayed out for a couple of days, but isn't this going to be terribly difficult for people of those age?
I have such admiration for them, even managing to survive yesterday and talking to the crowds and managing to smile. They're remarkable boys, and I hope that they can take all the best parts of their mother, the warmth and the compassion and the friendliness, and carry that on into the next generation.
Thank you very much. Just some of the people who are gathering here. The funeral cortege will be going by our position in just a short time, Mark, and that's it from Buckingham Palace. Mark?
Nathan, one quick question before we visit with you a little bit in detail a little bit later in this broadcast. Best guess on crowd estimates or still not? We hear everything from 1 million to 6 million. Do they even know? How many are they prepared for?
They don't. I mean, the police have said it could be as many as 6. They've got 27,000 officers. Everybody's been called off leave just to deal with crowd control here. I don't think anyone knows. This country was so shocked by the outpouring of open emotion this week. No one ever expected that. So they don't know what to expect today. Here at Buckingham Palace, this whole square in front of the palace is filling up with people this morning. I'm sure it's happening all along the route of this procession. They're coming in from all over the country, and indeed we see many people from other parts of the world here. So it's going to be a big crowd. How big, we won't know until later today.
Fair enough.
Mark?
Nathan, thank you very much. We'll ask you to hold your spot. We'll visit with you coming up in a little bit, along with all of those crowds there.
You know, Mark, there are so many emotions coming out about Diana for so many different reasons, and I think a lot of people would agree that because of her charity work, her philanthropy, a lot of people have these emotions about her. You know, AIDS patients, lepers, landmines were some of her issues, and also breast cancer. One of the reasons that she sold all of those dresses that she did. Let's take a look at some of that work right now.
Princess Diana seemed to be on unsure ground in her public life until she found what she called people who needed to be loved. Diana made headlines when she shook the hand of an AIDS patient at a time when many people were afraid to get near those with the virus. It was an unprecedented event for a British royal. Another big focus for Diana was landmines. In the last weeks of her life, the princess traveled to Bosnia and campaigned against them. It was her presence on the issue of landmines that brought it to the attention of many. Diana had earlier traveled to Angola to meet with victims of landmines. The princess also was devoted to the cause of fighting breast cancer. She came to America several times to attend charity events for that cause. A breast cancer fund was one of the beneficiaries of Diana's sale of 79 of her dresses this past June. The sale at Christie's in New York brought in an average of $41,000 a dress. In keeping with her devotion to charities, an official charity now has been set up in Diana's memory. Anyone interested in donating is being asked to send a check to the Diana, Princess of Wales Memorial Fund, Kensington Palace, W8, 4PU, United Kingdom.
Particularly moving to see some of the video that we've seen coming out yesterday since the news of Mother Teresa's death, to see both of those women together. Mother Teresa, in fact, being very quick to send a condolence message to the royal family following the death, and also saying that she felt very close to Princess Diana because she had made efforts towards poor people, and therefore she considered her a very close friend.
Let's talk to Richard Miners, our royal expert right now, if we can. Richard, just for a moment there, we watched all the videotape about Diana, all her different causes. You knew her well. Tell us about how she felt about those causes and why she felt so dearly about them.
Well, Diana wanted to be known as a humanitarian, the self-professed Queen of Hearts. And after her divorce, she didn't really have a role. So she wanted to apply the rest of her life to these various charities that many people would not touch. AIDS patients, lepers, as we've discussed, and causes like landmines in Bosnia and whatever, which drew worldwide attention to it, which otherwise would not have been there if Diana had not got involved. So she really achieved what she wanted to achieve, and that legacy will live on.
The legacy is quite extensive. As you were just mentioning some of those words, I was looking at some of the different information we have simply on reaction from around the world. Aborigines doing sort of a native dance in honor of her. San Francisco, because of her work with AIDS clients, being one of the first to react. And ABC News also commissioned a poll last night, and what was rather interesting is just some of the ideas of which she spoke throughout the years happened to be coming out of the mouth of some of the Brits. For example, most want monarchy run in Diana's style, the survey found. The majority of Britons say Prince Charles should give his throne rights to the son. The legacy is very big, isn't it?
Yes, I think people want to see that kind, compassionate Diana image in the rest of the royal family. But at least we can be assured that it's going to be with the children. And this is why I think this will give the stability of the royal family in the next century, because we have William and Harry there. Not so much because they're members of the royal family, but because they're the children of Diana.
Let's talk about women if we can. There are going to be apparently many women at the funeral, and men as well, but a large contingent of women there. There are so many women that relate to Diana for so many different reasons. We've heard about her bulimia, her 5 suicide attempts, and many different issues that she had to deal with. Do you think that's why so many people connect with her from what you've seen and been around?
Oh, without question. I mean, Diana's life, particularly after her marriage, was an emotional seesaw, and I think people could sympathize and empathize with her. And because she touched so many different sectors of society, and they understood her, and as people have said, they didn't know her, but they felt that they knew her. So she was a member of this worldwide family. So hence this huge outpouring emotion, not only in Britain, but worldwide.
But even though she had sometimes this sort of tragedy about her, she also had this magnificent style about her and this tremendous celebrity, which she enjoyed and did not enjoy throughout the world, including her relationships with many in the arts community, not the least of which is Elton John, who will be performing with a special rendition of a song today. We have a brief report on that. Let's see that, and we'll come back and talk about it.
At the funeral of Gianni Versace, Princess Diana sat next to you.
Yes, she asked if she could sit next to me because she came on her own, which was a tremendous gesture for her to come. And it was a very emotional day for me because Gianni and I were extremely close. As soon as I saw her, I breathed a sigh of relief, even though I was with David, who's my partner. And we were like, oh, God, thank God you're here, you know? When I started crying and she put her arm around me and that's exactly what she was like.
2 of your closest friends died as a result of fame. Gianni Versace gunned down, Princess Diana, an automobile crash. I mean, fame. What do you think about that?
Well, I also lost John Lennon as well, many years ago. That's 3 of my friends in life have lost their life to fame. 2 of them murdered, 1 of them in a senseless car crash. You can't really blame it on fame. You can put it down to when it's your time to go. You have no alternative but to be called somewhere else.
Elton John, some of the comments, one of the many mourners of a very diverse group of congregation, not only within Westminster Abbey, but along the streets, who will be mourning the passing of Diana today.
And speaking of the mourners, as you've seen some of the pictures, there have been many women, as we've just talked about, lining the path, as well as men. But Diana touched so many women, and they bought so many of her books. Dr. Joyce Brothers also joins us this morning. And Dr. Brothers, let's talk about women and why Diana's death will impact and possibly change some things for women.
There are so many issues in life that when a death occurs, a very meaningful death to us, it lights up some of the things that we haven't dealt with. And this is why so many people have the urge to go to the funeral, why so many people will be watching, because they need a sense of community. When you are suffering, when you have a problem, when you have something that you can't resolve, it helps to reach out to others and to have community, a sense that others are with you, even if they're not talking to you directly. And so I think that this is an opportunity today for a lot of people to put to rest some of the things that they are worried about or anxious about. And she gave us a sense that no matter what life dealt you, how terrible it was, you can pick yourself up, be strong, and make something very wonderful out of it.
Was that really it? It wasn't so much the tragedy, it was the ability to go on.
To go
and
on
to be
from that
successful in
moment.
raising a family and getting through it.
Everyone has losses. God makes sure no tree touches the sky. So that when you're dealing with a loss, no matter what the loss is that's important to you, to know that somebody can be devastated by life, so devastated that they were trying to take their own life, and then become glorious and helpful and make it a life that is so important to others out of that. I think that gives a feeling for everyone who's watching that you can come back from difficulty.
And she had so much difficulty, and when you hear people talk, that's what they talk about. They talk about her young life perhaps was not as easy when her parents divorced, and then when she moved on and got married at such a young age and had to deal with the royal institution, then the issues and Charles and the Camilla question, she overcame a lot, and there was a lot of grace under fire, wouldn't you say, Dr. Brothers?
Very much so, Ashley.
I see.
What a horrible situation, though, Richard Meinhardt, for someone to go to. You know, she so captured the attention of every young girl and every woman in those early days when she first
Well, of
went
course,
through the courtship and wed, and then...
It was the fairy tale that turned into a nightmare. And of course, when she joined the royal family clearly thought she was aristocratic, had been connected with the royal family in the past. They thought she was going to be very malleable, like we've had in the history of the royals for years. Because, of course, many kings have had wives, but they've had mistresses on the side. And, of course, Charles had Camilla Parker Bowles, and according to reports, even slept with Camilla Parker Bowles the night before the wedding, which, of course, did not bode well for this particular relationship, clearly. And I think Charles was pressured into it and clearly made the wrong decision for everyone concerned. And this led to the erosion of the popularity of the royal family, which continues today.
She very much, though, was always seen as the victim.
Without question, because, of course, Charles had this Camilla relationship. She was the pawn in this whole royal chess game. She was brought in, the brood mare, as some people described her, to provide the heir and the spare, which she did. William and Harry, the future King William V. And then having done that, well, that was fine. Leave Diana to her own devices. She was given absolutely no training. She had this tremendous overshadowing of the Buckingham Palace and, of course, had no idea what was going on and tried to inject some sort of new thinking, new policy into the royal family without any success. In fact, they were very hostile to anything new or innovative.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. Right now, you're watching some of the mourners. You're seeing some of the flowers outside Buckingham Palace, and you're watching a special edition of World News Now. We'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching ABC News special coverage, a special edition of World News Now, the passing of Diana and her funeral. A little bit earlier, we started seeing some of the VIPs, some of the dignitaries from various countries arriving. First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton. She will be joined by many other women, as we have been talking about. Bernadette Chirac, the wife of French President Jacques Chirac. Suzanne Mubarak, the wife of Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak, among others. President Clinton, considering himself a friend of Diana's, it being a protocol issue, apparently why Mrs. Clinton came instead of the both of them.
Roughly 2,000, a little bit more than 2,000 people attending this funeral, Mark. And they made a concerted effort not to invite too many politicians. They have a lot of people there who are just friends of Diana, people who helped her with her AIDS causes. Some singers there, right? Sting, George Michael supposedly going to be there. And of course, Elton John's going to sing. Fashion designer Valentino supposedly is going to be there. A lot of different types of people attending this funeral today.
Along with an extraordinary number of media, just the BBC, which will be providing full coverage, will have more than 100 different cameras along the event, and they are saying that they have had more requests for press credentials at this particular event than during the marriage to Prince Charles, a scene that we all remember. However, probably some members of the press can't always expect to have such a warm greeting, especially with the ongoing war with the paparazzi, and especially the debate about their role, their possible role in all of this. In fact, Princess Diana had an ongoing tug-of-war with the media. This is what she had to say about some of that in a 1995 interview with the BBC.
My husband and I, we were told when we got engaged that the media would go quietly, and it didn't. And then when we were married, they said it would go quietly, and it didn't. And then it started to focus very much on me. And I seem to be on the front of a newspaper every single day, which is an isolating experience. And the higher the media place you, is the bigger the drop. And I was very aware of that.
Very interesting to watch this whole interview with Diana on the BBC Panorama program and to see what has happened to her in the past 16, 17 years, going back, Mark, when they first took that picture of her, if you remember, when she was standing against the sun. That's when it really started, and you could see the outline of her legs in the skirt, and the hunt was on, you could say, so to speak.
Right. Richard Meinert, I'm curious about one thing. Being a Briton and being also a journalist here in America and covering both. There's so much debate about the paparazzi and what happened. On the one hand, you have some of the paparazzi saying she's been on tons of covers of magazines in which she posed. She was always very good with the media. She had even cautioned Buckingham Palace about trying to, if not manipulate, at least try and sway the media rather than simply hide from it, yet she was a victim of it as well.
Yes, but ironically, Diana was the ace media manipulator. She actually encouraged the paparazzi. And I do know for a fact that she would also call up anonymously and also get friends to call up when she was going out to lunch in central London or some other event which should have been intensely private. She would alert the photographers to her presence at a particular venue. So she created the popularity that eventually killed her with this paparazzi tragedy in Paris.
But is it an all-or-nothing situation? I mean, can somebody, even admittedly, if she was doing all of that, do they then deserve to be hounded like dogs for the rest of their life?
No, they don't deserve to be hounded, but of course this created such a market for pictures of Diana that it was very money-driven. And as we well know, the pictures of Dodi Fayed and Diana that came out 3 weeks ago when it was obviously revealed that they were dating, the man allegedly earned something like $5 million from the worldwide syndication rights. So of course there are mega bucks there to get a picture of Diana, and of course these stalkerazzi do not adhere to rules, they do not adhere to regulations. So even if you do put more strictures on or tighten laws up, they are a law unto themselves and they will not adhere to them.
But she really didn't start that way back when she was 19 or so. This developed, I mean, presumably as more photographers followed her, then she developed maybe more of a love for it. But I don't think it started when she was 19.
Not at all. I mean, she was very much a shy die. She dressed in very frumpy royal fashion. She did not become the glamour puss until about 5 or 6 years later when she got advice from the then editor of British Vogue, Liz Tilbury, who now edits Harper's Bazaar here in America. And then she became the fashion plate, and of course more and more people wanted to picture her. She kept clippings of every single press cutting that appeared. You can imagine the kind of library that must exist at Kensington Palace. She loved being in the public eye. She loved to overshadow the Queen, much to the angst of Queen Elizabeth. I remember one particular incident when the Queen was opening Parliament, a major event with great ceremonial, and Diana decided on that day to change her hairstyle. What do you think made the front page of all the London newspapers? The Queen's speech at Parliament? No, Diana's new hairstyle.
Dr. Brothers, you wanted to add something.
This was a woman you mentioned before that she was a victim. She was a victim from the very beginning. If you will look at the beautiful picture of the two of them after their marriage, standing on the steps of the church, she has thrown herself wholeheartedly into the kiss. He looks like he's about to kiss his uncle. And so from the very beginning, she was without love. She needed this love that people gave her because she was refused to deal with, as you said, you know, people before allowed mistresses for their husbands, but she refused to live in a loveless marriage.
Well, let's talk about that. Can we go out to Dr. Brenda Wade out in San Francisco? We can talk maybe a little bit about that, about the love and maybe the lack of love and what having, as she put it, a third person in the relationship might have done to her psychologically, Dr. Wade.
Oh, of course it was devastating, but don't forget that Diana also was deprived of a great deal of love as she was growing up. And we know that children of divorce, particularly in this divorce where she lost not just the relationship between her parents, but her mother really became a very small part of her life after that divorce. So Diana suffered a great deal of abandonment. One of the things I wanted to say, we were talking earlier, particularly when I heard Dr. Brothers' comments about her way of triumphing, of overcoming not just the loveless marriage, the divorce that then followed, but also this childhood legacy, is I think she found a deep meaning in her life. She found something she could hold on to. Now, another death that occurred this week was the death of Dr. Viktor Frankl, who of the three great psychologists from the Viennese school, there was Freud, of course, Adler, and there was Frankl. Frankl wrote the book, Man's Search for Meaning. And he said any circumstance in life could be coped with if only we could find our own way of relating to that and finding our own purpose and our own meaning. And it seems to me that in the end, to overcome the tragedies, the loveless marriage, Diana had to find that meaning. She couldn't find it in Charles. I think she did try. She couldn't find it in the marriage or her relationship with the royal family. And so her relationship, I do agree, really became the people. There she found love, she found affection, she found acceptance as she reached out to them. They reached back to her.
Something she desperately needed. All right, thank you, Dr. Wade. Just sit tight for just a minute, if you would. We'll get back to you again in just a minute. Mark?
Now we're approaching just about 35 minutes before the beginning of the procession as we look at a shot outside of Buckingham Palace, the Royal Guards making their 24-hour rounds, and the crowds, a cross-section of Britain, of Europe, and a little bit of the world, all converging from different points everywhere for one cause, to pay their respects to Lady Diana. We're back in just a moment. You are watching ABC News coverage of the passing of Princess Diana and her funeral. You're watching World News Now.
To a princess who touched millions of hearts.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this special edition of World News Now. I'm Mark Mullen.
And I'm Asha Blake. This morning, the world says a final farewell to Diana, the Princess of Wales.
Anticipation right now is growing in London, where a week of mourning has built up to these final moments, the funeral of Princess Diana. The procession begins in exactly half an hour, and from the view outside of Buckingham Palace, let's go once again to ABC's Nathan Thomas, who is there. Nathan.
Good morning, Mark. The crowd is getting larger and larger here at Buckingham Palace, as it is all along the route that the coffin will go with Princess Diana once it leaves Kensington Palace. It will pass us here at Buckingham Palace, go up the Mall, and then on to Westminster Abbey for the funeral. The crowds are coming into London. The estimates still, we don't know how big they will be, but they are going to be huge. They are saying this will be the biggest crowd probably since VE Day in 1945. The largest funeral here since Winston Churchill in 1965. The crowds keep coming. Everyone wants to mourn. Everyone wants one last glimpse of Princess Diana. After 5 days in the Chapel Royal in St. James Palace, Princess Diana's coffin was driven last night to Kensington Palace, where she lived. The hearse was accompanied by Prince Charles and their two sons, 15-year-old Prince William and Prince Harry, who's 12. The young princes had their first experience with the public's grief as they walked with their father among the crowds outside Kensington Palace. It was a show of affection and support.
I shook his hand and then I got all tearful. I couldn't say anything.
Yeah, I shook his hand and I said, you know, they'll always be in our thoughts and in our prayers, and that comes from the bottom of our heart.
The Queen returned to Buckingham Palace to an uncertain welcome after criticism that she and the royal family were not sharing the public's grief. But there was respectful silence, not hostility, as she got out of her car and, with Prince Philip, walked along the mountain of flowers that's been piled by the front gate of Buckingham Palace. When she turned to the people, those close by said she had tears in her eyes. This was the Queen they have been waiting and hoping for, less formal, more feeling. She talked with those signing the books of condolence at St. James Palace, and outside she again tried to ease the strain between herself and her people.
You've been queuing a long time?
They have, of course, but they no longer seem to mind.
Well, I think all the people have been coming here every day, particularly hoping that she would return. And I think now, judging by the people who were around me and their comments, we're, pleased she's back and we feel better now.
At Westminster Abbey, there's been a rehearsal for Diana's funeral, what many are saying will be the biggest public event here in London since VE Day in 1945. From all corners of the kingdom, millions are coming to pay personal tribute to the princess they loved. For days, people have been camped along the procession route, unwilling to give up a front row seat. At Westminster Abbey tonight, there's a candlelight vigil as this country and the world prepares to say goodbye to Princess Diana. What made her special, people have told us here this week, is that she stepped down from the ivory tower of royalty and walked in the real world, something she has forced some of the rest of the royal family to do this week. That, Mark, is just an indication of how much influence, even after her death, Princess Diana continues to have on the British royal family. Mark?
Indeed, Nathan, and we will await, of course, official crowd estimates a little bit later. Nathan, I'm wondering if you could just sort of look around right there by the Canada gates in front of Buckingham Palace and just give us sort of an approximation of at least how many folks are out right now at 26 minutes before the procession starts.
Oh, there are probably 10, 20,000 at least that we can see here, and it's not that big an area. The cortege will eventually come right behind us in front of the palace and then up the mall. We can't see directly up the mall, but I'm sure from what we've been told, that's been lined with people. These are the people from all over the country and all over the world who have come here. There are dignitaries, of course. From the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton has arrived here. She will be one of the 2,000 people who is in Westminster Abbey for the funeral. Coretta Scott King, we are told, is coming. The wife of the French president, Mr. Mitterrand, will be here representing France, the place, of course, where the tragic accident happened just 1 week ago. The crowd here is very calm. It's quiet, and the one thing that police are hoping is that it stays that way. This is a big security concern. There is talk, of course, of the two young princes following the cortege, at least part of the way, walking toward the Abbey. This is, of course, not only a concern because they are 12 and 15 years old, and they have not really spent that much time in the public eye. This is a new thing for them. They have, of course, been photographed, they have been seen, they have been out, but never really what they are going to go through really today. And whether they walk behind the cortege or not is something the palace said will be decided really at the last minute, depending on how they are feeling at the time. Of course, them doing that is a security concern for the police, too, because, again, this is a country that also has had its problems. Mark?
Nathan Thomas at Buckingham Palace, thanks very much.
Mark, there's been a lot of talk about the procession, exactly where the cortege will go, what it will pass. It's going to start at Kensington Palace, where, of course, Diana lived, go down Kensington High Street, and go to a very interesting and poignant area down on the Mall, where you remember back at the wedding where Diana went down the street, and she's also going back down that way again. Why don't we take a look at some of those pictures and talk about some of those places.
佢哋仲行去同一啲喺度排隊等住送別戴安娜遺體嘅群眾握手同接過鮮花，然後放喺地上。而戴安娜嘅細佬同兩個姐姐下晝亦去到聖詹姆斯宮為喪禮做準備。至於戴安娜遺體就喺晚上由聖詹姆斯宮運去肯辛頓宮準備出殯。沿途有數以萬計嘅人圍喺馬路嘅兩旁悼念。有線電視記者姚建文喺倫敦報導。
Richard, talk just a little bit about the significance of the particular route from her home within Hyde Park.
Well, this is central London, so all of these streets and buildings that she's passing have a great deal of symbolic and historical importance. Of course, she lived at Kensington Palace, where the funeral procession starts. And then, of course, Hyde Park, which, of course, is a well-known royal area, is just a few hundred yards from Buckingham Palace itself. And, of course, down Oxford Street, which is the main thoroughfare, shopping thoroughfare of London. And then, of course, towards the Houses of Parliament. It's basically to allow people to see as much as they can. Initially, it was planned to just be a 1-mile procession. But of course, with the millions of people gathering, they couldn't possibly all see the casket and the funeral cortege. So it was extended to 3 times the length. And of course, this particular route has a lot of symbolism, which I think is appreciated by the British public. And of course, they can actually pour out their grief as they see the casket go past. It's going to be a procession with the Welsh Guards, of course, as she was the Princess of Wales, and the Royal Horse Artillery on 6 horses towing this gun carriage and the casket, which is draped in the Royal Standard.
Now, also, as I was mentioning before, remember back in the wedding 1981, Princess Diana and Prince Charles actually went down a certain area here. What was it, towards the...
When they were going towards St. Paul's Cathedral.
Right.
Normally, royal weddings at Westminster Abbey, but because of the sheer numbers of people attending this wedding, St. Paul's Cathedral was more appropriate because it was larger. And of course, they went down the Mall then, which is the main thoroughfare leading from Buckingham Palace down to Trafalgar Square, which many of our viewers will know. And then, of course, from there onwards, it goes down towards Houses of Parliament and Westminster Abbey itself, which is right across the road. And Westminster has considerable historical significance. It's more than 1,000 years old. It's where all the monarchs of Britain have been crowned and where many of the historical events associated with British history have taken place.
Can we talk a little bit, just a quick question just about the Abbey and where people will be seated? I understand her family will be in the front rows.
Yes, obviously the nearest relatives are going to be at the front, and then there will be 500 people associated with the various charities, and normal day-to-day life of Diana will be behind. And then I suspect the royal family normally have their own pews near the high altar in front of the Diana's direct family, because of course protocol again, which I suppose is fine, but they won't be taking an active part in the service. And as we've already heard, that apparently there's an edict gone out that the cameras do not focus on the faces of the royal family because of the emotional aspect, or maybe lack of emotional aspect to this.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Nathan Thomas at Buckingham Palace. I'm curious of the people that you have been speaking with this morning. A lot of people from a lot of different places, eh?
There are indeed, Mark. I mean, we have seen people from all over the world and talked to them. There are Americans here, some who have come specifically for Diana, others who were here on business or so on and have been caught up in the whole thing. It has been this week just an all-encompassing event that so surprised the British people. These are people that are normally reserved. They have a well-deserved reputation for that, and I think they surprised themselves a lot this week when suddenly there was this outpouring of very visible emotion. We saw people standing in front of the gates of this palace, in front of Kensington Palace, literally weeping openly, and this is just not something they do. The flowers are just all over the place. We've said before that florists here in town can't keep up with the demand. So many tributes, so many ways. People feel not just a national loss of a royal family member or a dignitary, but they feel such a personal loss, and that's what they've been telling us here today, Mark.
Nathan, I'll ask you to hold on just a moment, if you will, please, as we continue to look at these live pictures outside of Buckingham Palace. Dr. Joyce Brothers, is it a cathartic experience for the family, for the two sons to actually go through this, or can they actually grieve in public? Is it more for a show? Is it more for showing the upper?
It's not a show. They need to do this. You would think that it's almost barbaric to make somebody face the world at a time of great grief, but it is, as you say, very cathartic, and the young men will know how much their mother meant to the rest of the world just by the numbers of people lining the streets. I think part of the anger toward the Queen and the royal family is anger that everyone feels when there is grieving process. The first feeling is numbness, and then you get angry at the person who's died. Why did you leave me to be in such pain? And angry at anybody you can possibly direct that anger. If it's a person who dies from an illness, it's the doctor. So I think part of this anger toward the Queen is part of that grieving process of her subjects.
And even if we take that into account, Nathan Thomas, there already was some building resentment against the royal family even before the death of Diana, correct?
There was, and it's been a very confusing week for them. People have been angry, and people have been more disappointed, I think. And the royal family is really important to people in this country, and perhaps they didn't know it. One of the royal experts said that earlier this week, that perhaps they are so isolated, they don't realize how important they are at a time like this. They don't rule this country anymore, but they still are a very, very strong symbol of the people, and kind of a guidepost for their emotions. And if the country is joyful about something, the royal family needs to be a part of that. And again, if the country is grieving, and so openly grieving, they want the royal family to be a part of that. And that's what's taken almost a full week for everyone to realize and kind of come together. But it seems after the appearances yesterday, the Queen walking among the people, Prince Charles and the boys, when they were out, it was very emotional watching that, and we saw them out for 10 or 15 minutes at Kensington Palace, where they grew up as small children. That's where they lived. And people crying just to see them come out there and wanting to do whatever they can to make it easier for these young boys, the future royal family. There was one newspaper this morning that had a picture of Prince William and said, "Our new Prince of Hearts," a play on calling Diana the Princess of Hearts. Now they have given that title to her son, calling him the Prince of Hearts.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nathan. If you could just stand by for a minute. Let's go out to our psychologist, Brenda Wade, who is standing by in San Francisco. Brenda, thanks for being with us. And let's talk a little bit about some of the people that we were just seeing, some of the thousands and millions of people, actually maybe 6 million, they say, that will be lining the processional route. And let's talk about their pain and why it's so important for them to be there.
You know, the thing that I think we all agree on is that Diana touched everyone with her humanness. And this is something that really I don't believe any of us have ever seen before. Someone of her status who could just be human, to have the ups and downs we've all had, the pain we've all suffered. You know, how many of us have had a case of unrequited love or been in love with someone who wasn't able to really fulfill our expectations? How many of us have gone into relationships hoping to have childhood wounds healed by the love in that relationship? All of this was bared by Diana. And in addition to it, she reached out in a way where she said, even though I've had this tough life, even though from the beginning through her marriage it was difficult, I can give something to you. And I'm hopeful that the thousands of people, the millions of people who are there grieving will take the impulse of the grief, the love, the caring, all of this enormous affection, and use this to keep her legacy alive in a very real way, to do something that is substantive. Because I think this will help with the closure, this will help with the grieving, and would be the most fitting memorial to her, that her causes would not be just supported financially, but maybe more people will put their shoulders to the wheel.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brenda Wade, for joining us from San Francisco. Sit tight, and we will be back with you in just a minute.
Coming up on just about 15 minutes before the beginning of the procession of Lady Diana, you are watching a special edition of World News Now from ABC. Welcome back, everyone, to a special edition of World News Now from ABC News. We're now just coming up on about 11 minutes before the scheduled start of the procession, the beginning of the funeral for Princess Diana.
So many people lining the streets, so many people, 2.5 billion perhaps, Mark, watching this on television. Two people who definitely are not forgotten. Her sons, Prince William, who is 15 years old, Prince Harry, 13 years old. What's ahead for them? What will their life be like? Let's take a look at some of that right now.
They are two of the most famous siblings in the world. 15-year-old Prince William Arthur Philip Louis, the second in line to the throne of the House of Windsor, and 12-year-old Prince Henry Charles Albert David, better known as Prince Harry. They learned of their mother's death while vacationing with their father at the family retreat in Scotland. Before leaving for London yesterday, they paused with their grandmother, the Queen, and their father to see the flowers left by mourners following Princess Diana's death. Then the boys went to London, where they and Prince Charles joined the public mourners at their mother's Kensington Palace home. They greeted the crowds there and placed well-wishers' flowers at the palace gates. Queen Elizabeth spoke of comforting the boys in her address.
This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered.
They are the future of the royal family at a time when many are questioning just what kind of future the British monarchy may have.
A little look at the boys there. Royal watcher Richard Meiners joins us right now, as he has been here for the last couple of hours. Let's talk about the boys. You know the boys, and how do you think they're going to be able to cope with all of this today and after, Richard?
Well, I think basically they're going to comfort each other, because obviously this is a terribly traumatic time for them, emotional upheaval. But of course they've dealt with this before. For the last 5 years, their parents' divorce battle was fought in a very worldwide forum. So they're used to this upheaval. I don't think the idea of the death of their mother has actually kicked in. I gather it does about a week after the death or 2 weeks after the death. But I think they are capable of handling it because they're both teenagers. Harry's going to have his birthday within the next few days and become 13. And I think, as I say, the essential thing will be not only their father comforting them as best he can, but of course the traits that Diana has left with them, so they can cope with emotion, they can cope with trauma, and they can emote in public. And I think we may well see that this afternoon, which of course is very important. And I think it's a great deal of symbolism there, and I think will be appreciated by the British public and do wonders for the royals' image in the public eye.
Would, though, the paparazzi ever back off?
No, I don't think they will. I think the British press, obviously there are certain strict rules there that they normally go by, but I think the foreign press, the stalkerazzi, will not back off because a great deal of money is at stake. And unfortunately, filthy lucre is the worst of all evils. And of course, there's a great deal of money to be made for these pictures.
I remember there were so many not only emotions, but there were different expressions which came out immediately following the death of Diana. And I remember talking with someone, because as you all know and as all of our audience knows, it was sort of the talk everywhere. Someone said, well, at least perhaps the royals will not be hounded as much. But as everyone began to talk about it and think about it, it seems that all of the paparazzi which had glommed on to Princess Diana now is destined, hopefully not, but now seems to be poised to swoop right to Princess William.
Well, those zoom lenses will be directly on Prince William from now until his death, basically. It's unfortunate at the age of 15, when he's still undergoing his schooling, he has some major exams to take later this year, and I think he can cope with it, but the pressure is definitely there. I think after this funeral, he'll probably go to Balmoral again. He's meant to start school next week, but as a friend of mine very succinctly put it, that when they go to the castle of Balmoral, the royal family pulls up the emotional drawbridge. And I think under that guise and within that estate, they can come to terms with it. And I think then they go back to school and have the company of their friends and the sympathy of their friends, I think will make it easier for them. But it's still a great strain for them, enormously.
Let's talk about emotion, continue to talk about emotion right now. Dr. Joyce Brothers is with us. Dr. Brothers, what do you think about this? And what is the best way, perhaps, that these two boys can continue to live their lives, paparazzi or not?
By following in the footsteps of their mothers. I think that for all of us, if we don't pay attention to the scandalous pictures, if we don't focus on what is bad, but what is good in these boys, I think this wonderful, just as a little bit of a video that you showed of William brushing away a tear, I think that is so human and so important to all of us who have children and know how hard it is to lose a mother. That their lives will never be the same. Here's a birthday coming up. How will they deal with a birthday where a mother would have been so much a part of it? Every part of their lives, it's like throwing up a deck of cards and all 52 will come down differently. Every bit of their life will be changed, but perhaps if they walk in her footsteps, changed in some way for the better.
You know who we really haven't talked about that much is Prince Charles and how he will manage to cope with these two boys. He has a different style, as we all know, perhaps, of raising children. What do you think about that, Dr. Brothers?
Well, he held the youngest one's hand, and it didn't seem like a stiff gesture or anything. It seemed like a gesture of a father. And I hope he will grow closer to the boys in the future and begin to unbend, because he can make the difference between proper bereavement, where they can get through it in about a year or so, or being stuck in emotion where they cannot deal with it at all. When you try too hard to hold your emotions in, you never finish the bereavement. It never ends. And sometimes, for example, when you have a very Spartan funeral instead of one that is as traditional as this one, you still see ghosts, or you still believe in the occult. You never finish.
Richard Meinhardt, I'm curious about one thing. I wonder if you could speak of the legacy of Diana and how you believe that even past all of this funeral, 1, 5, 10 years from now, whether she will have made a difference on the posture, the public posture of the monarchy and how they do things.
Oh, without doubt, Diana has an enormous impact on the royal family during life, And as her legend grows after this tragedy, she will have a great impact on the royal family after death. And I think there's an irony here, because her death will benefit the royal family, because the focal point, as we discussed, will be on Prince William, the future king. And of course, as the son of Diana, there'll be immense support. He already enjoys young support, which is vital for the future of the monarchy into the next century. And I think because he's also the son of Diana, that strengthens it more and more.
Very well. Thank you very much. We'll ask all of you just to hold your place as we creep up on 4 minutes before the start of the procession. You're watching a special edition of World News Now. We're back on ABC right after this. Welcome back as we continue our coverage here on ABC.
The funeral procession starting just a few
moments. Just in about 1 minute or so.
Now.
Everyone anticipates worldwide television audience perhaps of as many as 2.5 billion people, millions more. An exact crowd estimate still forthcoming, but all of the bobbies have been called off of vacation, have been told to show up. Pictures that we have been seeing out of London has thousands and thousands of people now converging along the 3-mile processional route.
We want to thank Dr. Brenda Wade, who was with us and spending the last couple of hours with us talking about the funeral. And speaking of funerals, we need to take a look at what funerals mean, what is the function of funerals, and we have Dr. Joyce Brothers with us to talk about that. Thank you once again, Dr. Brothers, for being with us. And why do we need them? Why are they so important for the living?
Human beings have a great need for ritual, for tradition, particularly when they're emotionally distraught. And every culture at every time have had a traditional funeral, a way of prescribing how we behave. And when we first lose someone who is very dear to us, we feel numb. And we feel that our life is over. We don't, life goes on, but we forget just why. But when we are reaching out to others and see that others also share with us the goodness of the person who has died, how important they were in his or her life, then it gives us a sense that life will go on, that we are more meaningful than we thought, that the person we loved was more meaningful than we thought. It's very reassuring and part of the going through the bereavement process. Bereavement is much like a fire walk. You can't walk across the coals halfway and say, all right, I've had it. You must get to the other side. And this emotional support in communities of your own community, here as a worldwide support, it helps the dealing with the skeins of grief.
Richard Maynard's a day of celebration or just sadness. This woman was well revered. They have many people who are coming who were touched by her in a great deal, and by their mere presence they come there to celebrate her life in many ways.
Yes, it is a celebration of Diana's life, but it is a moment of enormous sadness in Britain. I think all the people were devastated. It devastated a nation. It's devastated a world. And I think this is a uniquely historical event, which you'll never see again. How everyone, these emotions have all come out. This allegedly, we're all so stiff in Britain, but everyone is talking to each other. Everyone is compensating and sympathizing with other people. And there's this tremendous outpouring of emotion. And I don't think we'll ever see the like again.
It's interesting what some people talk about as spontaneous memorials. And that's what we've been seeing so much of. Right there, you're looking at some pictures of the mourners. And right now, you're watching a special edition of World News Now. We'll be back in just a minute.
This is an ABC News special report. Diana, Princess of Wales, The Final Farewell. Now from London, Peter Jennings.
Good Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage of this extraordinary event for an extraordinary human being which has already had such impact throughout the world. It is just after 9 o'clock in the morning on a very sunny Saturday in London. The Queen's Standard flies over Buckingham Palace. She and the Duke of Edinburgh have returned from their retreat in Scotland to be with the people of Britain for this funeral today. A couple of minutes after 9 o'clock on Big Ben, the most famous clock in the world, and outside Westminster Abbey and Kensington Palace and St. James's Palace and Buckingham Palace and all through the streets of London and throughout the British Isles, for that matter. People trying in some way to do what they can to participate today in this, as we call it, the final farewell. A unique event for a unique person, as the British Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair called it just a week ago today. We'll give you an opportunity early this morning, and we're very glad that you've joined us, to see how extensively we will be able to cover this today. We'll be with the funeral procession from the time it leaves Kensington Palace until it arrives at Westminster Abbey, the nation's church, all through Hyde Park and down to the Abbey, and then back through the Abbey up to Althorp, or Althorp as some people call it, which is the family seat of the Spencer home. And we'll have an opportunity throughout the day to talk and listen to two people who have known Diana, who know the royal family intimately, and hear from, at great length, the people of these islands who have transformed this place quite significantly in the last week and presented a face of grieving, of shock and sensitivity, which much of the world has not seen in the past, or, to be fair, not seen in the past to this degree. We'll also have a chance to see how the rest of the world is sharing in this, because we've arranged to be with people in Washington and California and in Canada, in Bosnia, and of course, as the day continues, we will go to Calcutta, because to make an extraordinary week even more extraordinary, last night we learned that the great, unique woman, Mother Teresa, had died at the age of 87. And so we will be able at various times today to share in the grief which so many people around the world feel at her passing. That is the great Hyde Park in London, and Kensington Palace Gardens are at the western end of Hyde Park, on the west end of London. This is where Prince Charles and Diana lived when they were married. After they divorced, he moved back to St. James's Palace, and Diana stayed there. And it is up there in Kensington Palace Gardens, as they're called, that so many people have come to share this tragic experience with one another, and to bring messages to Diana, and to bring flowers to Diana. And I'm sure you've seen it throughout the week. Thousands and thousands, some people say 1 million bouquets laid at Kensington Palace and James's Palace, or at Buckingham Palace, or other locations. So much so that on the business pages of the British papers you hear talk of a shortage of flowers in Britain, and the need for wholesalers to actually reach out to other parts of the world. And in Washington, too, at the British Embassy, we've all seen that now, reflecting in a very small way the enormous regard in which Diana was held by so many Americans. Overnight in Hong Kong, people again, Hong Kong now part of the People's Republic of China, but only recently, you may have been with us when we went out to celebrate the final retreat from Hong Kong by the British. Prince Charles was there, but still with its very deep-seated British traditions, albeit with a powerful Chinese coloration. And there too, in this last, or what was this last significant vestige of the British Empire, people today are remembering Diana, thinking of the royal family, trying to figure out, as everybody has been here in Britain, what on earth this all means. In Hong Kong and in London and in Washington and all the other places where there are British embassies, books of condolence will continue to stay open so that people around the world may make it clear how they felt about her, how they felt about the Queen, how they feel about Prince Charles and Diana's sons. Now, we're going to get an enormous amount of help on this broadcast today, which will be available to you all throughout the eastern United States in its live and original form. And then as we go west, as people get up, make sure that they in the west, or you in the west if you're up this early, have an opportunity not to miss any of the great moments that people anticipate here today. We would not under any circumstances think of doing this broadcast without Barbara Walters. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Peter. This is, as you have said, a unique ceremony. It is unprecedented in history and has been planned primarily by the royal family, especially Prince Charles, by the Spencer family, and by the Prime Minister, who, as soon as the accident was over last Sunday, one day after the accident, said that it should be a national event that would envelop as much as possible her personality and the people of this country.
A great many people have waited this week with enormous anticipation for the royal family to become engaged. I think people at home know, A, that the royal family was in seclusion at Balmoral in Scotland. There was a certain measure of anger that they weren't here and seen as public. And then the Queen came back yesterday.
Well, one of the questions is whether young Prince William, 15-year-old Prince William, will be part of the procession. His father, of course, Prince Charles, has been announced that he will. And up until yesterday, he had not wanted to be here. But then there was some question after he and his brother and Prince Charles came here and went to Kensington Palace and met the people and was enveloped in their warmth, that it may be today he will be in the procession. That's one of the unknowns this morning.
The single bell you hear, which in our ear at least has a very solemnal sound to it, is the bell at Westminster Abbey itself, which rings intermittently. On the quarter hour and the half hour, you may hear the bells from Big Ben at the Houses of Parliament, which are certainly within earshot of here. It is certainly true that when the two young princes, William and Harry, returned to Kensington Palace with their father yesterday to be greeted by an outpouring of profound warmth and affection from the crowd that was there, it was stunning to see with what grace the boys performed under such pressure. And at Buckingham Palace, when the Queen spoke live in an unprecedented address to the nation yesterday, you could feel the mood changing quite dramatically in the country, at least as we heard it through all of the British radio and television and talked to those people on the streets. Because the royal family, it seemed to me, had been rejoined to a much larger, to a greater extent, with its people. You're looking now at the gun carriage escorted by the 12 members of the mounted King's Troop, which has arrived outside Buckingham Palace to pick up the coffin, which will now be carried at about this pace, we suspect, down through Hyde Park, along Constitution Hill, around Buckingham Palace and Clarence House, from whence Diana set out to her wedding 16 years ago, to Westminster Abbey. This was not in the original plans, but last night her body was moved in the darkness by hearse from St. James's Palace, where she had been lying, to Kensington Palace, primarily to make the funeral route longer, because so many people, it was clear, wanted to participate in this experience. We're not altogether sure what we should call this day. It is certainly a funeral for a unique person, but for millions of other people, it's a unique experience with many elements. They've been sitting out here at Westminster Abbey, some cases 5 deep in their sleeping bags all night, and it's been true all along the route down which this gun carriage begins to proceed. Barbara.
Peter, last night when her coffin was brought to Kensington Palace, it was brought to her apartment, and 2 Anglican priests stayed there and said prayers throughout the night. It's not, as we know, really a palace. It's an apartment. It's a row of houses in a whole area with other royals.
We want to just check around the city now and just introduce you to some other people who are going to help us understand these moments today. Out at Canada Gate, right close by Buckingham Palace, is ABC's Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia, good morning.
It says what foolish people are, but I hardly be able to read it. Yeah, I can read it.
Cynthia McFadden, I know, has been talking to people who've been there throughout the night and early morning. Cynthia, would you like to give us a first impression?
Front row, and all of the people who were in the front row lining this route spent the night here. They say mostly they came out of respect for the princess, and also because they said this is a moment in history that they want to be part of. Most of them British, but some Americans as well. I interviewed a woman this morning who had come all the way from Washington just to attend, just to be here in this front row. It's a very somber mood, Peter, and it was interesting. You know, we've all been in many crowds before. This crowd is very quiet. In fact, when I was talking to the people, it was really in a whisper. No one really wants to raise their voices here. It's a very somber, funereal mood here outside the palace.
Thank you, Cynthia. As this gun carriage now makes its way along the southern side of Hyde Park, away from Kensington Palace, the 18th century royal residence where Princess Diana and Charles had once lived, where Princess Margaret, the Queen's sister, lives, where the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester and Prince Michael of Kent also live. She leaves behind the most enormous bier of flowers and good wishes that have literally pressed against the gates of Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace for almost a week now. The Welsh Guards accompany her. She is, of course, the Princess of Wales. Prince Charles is the Prince of Wales. This is a regiment which was formed at the time of World War II, the early period of World War II, so that Wales might be represented. And so totally appropriate that these bearers, not pallbearers in this case, because the princess's coffin is covered not in a pall but in the Queen's standard today. Another very potent indication of how committed to this public ceremony today the royal family has now become. Let me introduce you to a couple of other people along the way. At Hyde Park Corner on the northwest side of Hyde Park is ABC's Aaron Brown. As we watch the coffin go by, we can perhaps listen to some of the reactions that Aaron has picked up there this morning.
Peter, good morning. The crowd has built slowly. When we got here a couple of hours ago, it was perhaps 5 deep. It's now perhaps 15 deep. As Cynthia said, we are struck by the silence here. There is very little conversation going on. And we are also struck by the number of children who are here, many much too young to understand today what is going on, but children who will someday tell their children, their grandchildren, that they were there on this bright Saturday morning in London when the nation and the world said farewell to Diana. People here, the British, of course, sometimes laugh at themselves for their inability to show emotion. The stewards who are here, the marshals, are handing out small packages of Kleenex to everyone as they come in. And no doubt that Kleenex will be used as this procession proceeds by us twice, once on its way to the Abbey, and then after the funeral itself, it will come back our way again and make its way up to Diana's final resting place.
Thank you, Aaron. Americans who visited London know the great value that Hyde Park has for this city, sometimes referred to as the lungs of London. reminiscent of Central Park in New York for New Yorkers, and that it provides the oxygen and the sense of country in an otherwise crowded city. The former Deer Park, extensive park in the center of London, at which one gets everything from political speeches to rock concerts to American baseball games to cricket and softball, and of course right in its midst one of the royal residents, the 18th century Kensington Palace. The funeral procession is on the south side of the park, so it's passing to the south of what's called the Serpentine, a small lake in the middle, and it is a park which means so much to Britain as a whole, but certainly means something to the people of London, and so symbolic. Before long it will pass the Albert Memorial, for example, a tribute to Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. This city, this route, absolutely, totally replete with the images of empire and the vestiges, I mean that in the most positive sense, of royalty. One of the other people we're calling upon today to help us understand the meaning of all this is Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers who's agreed to perform today as an ABC News consultant. She's often known here as Viscountess Bangor, married to Count Bangor, her husband, but among other things, she wrote a biography of the Queen, and previously had written a book on the Queen's father, King George VI. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Peter.
As you watch this procession this morning, and as you try to gather your thoughts of the last week, we'll watch the procession and listen to you. Just tell us what you're thinking.
Well, just at the moment, I'm struck like everybody else, the silent crowds lining the route. And I suppose in British experience, the last occasion like this was the burial of that great hero, Winston Churchill, when the same silent crowds watched the body go past. But of course, there's more emotion now because we're talking about a young woman of 36 with all her life left in front of her.
How historic do you think this is in the history of the royal family?
Well, I think the whole Diana episode is absolutely historic. I think that the impact that she has had on the royal family and the impact she will have on the future development of the royal family has been enormous and should not be underestimated.
Sarah Bradford talks about the silence along the route. Just listen for a second. Sarah Bradford, how significant do you think it is that the Queen's standard is covering her coffin as it covered her coffin when it was brought back from Paris?
Well, I personally was very glad to see this because I think it symbolized the taking back of Diana into the royal family. And that was the beginning of what seems to be an emotional reconciliation in death.
So this you take as a unique gesture.
I think so. I think it was a very important gesture. After all, for most of the people here and around the world, this was the first time we saw Diana, or the vestiges of Diana, after her death. And the first thing that everybody saw was this amazing royal standard draping her coffin. And I think that had a great deal of impact.
Barbara?
It was Prince Charles's request that her coffin be covered with the royal standard. When he entered the plane bringing her body back from Paris, he called from the cockpit to make sure that there were flowers at that point covering her coffin. There were not, and he specifically ordered them. He has been involved, as I think you know, Peter, from the very beginning in the most intimate details for this funeral, and it is said and believed that it is Charles who convinced his mother, the Queen, to make the speech yesterday. It was Charles who decided that he and the boys should come here. It was Charles who asked his mother and father not to arrive by train, but to come by plane yesterday. And his relationship with Princess Diana at these last, since the divorce, which has only now been 1 year, his relationship is described as more than amiable as they tried to plan the future of their 2 sons. So if we can really say that he has been grief-stricken and has tried as much as possible to make this a ceremony that befits her.
We'll have a lot of opportunity today to talk about Prince Charles and his relationship with his son and his relationship to the crown. But when he and the 2 boys did come back to Kensington Palace yesterday and then went by themselves to St. James's Palace, it clearly had a very strong effect on this city. Someone else here to help us today helped us in the past on ABC News, another royal biographer. In fact, at one point, biographer of Prince Charles, a biography written of him in 1979, and a recent author of a book called The Tarnished Crown, is Anthony, or as we know him, Tony Holden. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Peter. It's only 16 years since you and I and Barbara covered the wedding of Charles and Diana, so some terrible wheel has turned full circle, sadly premature.
And it's inevitable, Tony, that we've all been thinking about the 16 years which have passed since then. I've listened to you off and on during the week, and you've had an enormous amount to say, as everybody has in these islands. Can you tell our audience at home first what you think is the meaning of this particular day?
I think Diana, it's no exaggeration to say, has changed the nation a bit this week. As the week's unfolded, viewers of Good Morning America will have seen me and the crowd around me getting angry at the lack of royal response. Then on Thursday night and yesterday we had the royal response. We called it people power versus palace power, and we saw the monarchy responding to the wishes and the needs of the people in a way that Diana was so good at and the rest of the royal family haven't always been so good at. So, number one, she may have changed the way the royal family go about their duties, which to me personally is the only way they can hope to survive without her. Number two, she's changed the nation. She and Mr. Blair has shown since May that it's possible to be informal, but at the same time to be dignified, figure of status. Britain's shown its emotions this week. Britain's not famous for showing its emotions. We're supposed to be these stiff upper lip reserved people. But those millions who are out on the street all week and are today are following Diana's lead, and it's a warmer human country.
Tony, just at Westminster Abbey here this morning, we're opposite the west door, the main door of Westminster Abbey today, and if we look down there at that front door, we'll be able to see the young boys from Eton, which is William's school. Undoubtedly, Edward will, or Harry rather, will go there at some point too. Long thought to be the most exclusive school in Britain, where Prince William, who becomes heir to the throne when his father takes the throne, taken into the bosom of this very special school in that it has produced for many years the members of the British establishment. That was Tony Holden is pointing out that Britain in recent years has become a good deal more egalitarian perhaps than it has in the past. And finally, in terms of permanent and resident characters with us this morning, I'm very lucky to be sitting beside a man who certainly in this company knows more about Diana than any of us, and arguably knows more about Diana than most people in the country. This is Andrew Morton. It was Andrew's book about Diana, her true story in 1992, and her 1994 book, Diana, Her New Life, which really changed, Andrew, the way the world thought of Diana and gave her the first opportunity to be heard on her own terms. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, good morning, Peter, on this very somber day. Yes, I think that the publication of Diana, Her True Story in 1992 in a way marked a sea change, not just for Diana but for the rest of the nation. Diana in the her story had been told, this anguish story of loneliness, sorrow and vulnerability inside the royal family. People saw a human being behind the icon. They saw not this distant, shimmering figure, but a very warm and a very caring individual. And they warmed to her, especially women, especially American women. I had sackfuls of letters to me saying, please pass this letter on to Diana. She struck a chord. She, to use the phrase, she struck the zeitgeist. She wasn't the spirit of the age. She had a far more emotional response to problems than other people, than politicians. She talked of herself as a humanitarian. And I think that this is one of the reasons why her death has struck a chord, not just in Britain, but around the world.
Especially with young women who seemed to identify with her, who knew her almost all of their lives, and who felt that her frailties and her ups and downs were the kinds of things that they were going through. It's almost as if they could live their adolescence through her.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, Barbara. In her death, something inside us has died. And many people are grieving not just for Diana, they're grieving for themselves. They're grieving for... I may be being too spiritual about this, but I believe it's true, for lost hopes, for lost dreams, for lost ambitions. They cherished Diana in a way that they cherished a member of their own family. And they came to resolve many of the issues in their own lives in the way that Diana had tried to do. They gained courage, they gained real hope from that. And I think this is her legacy, not just to the royal family, but to the world. She has shown that there is more to the world than just images and simple talk. She's a woman who lived by gesture, by inflection, by the caress.
I know that you have been asked endless questions about her, and today we'll do a pretty good job of asking you even more, as we'll ask our other guests as well. Did she ever talk about death, and did she ever imagine this kind of grandeur for herself?
It is of some consolation. She said, death doesn't worry me. I have no fear of death. In her last years, she spent a lot of time with people who were dying. And as anybody watching this program today will know, it's a very difficult and arduous job to sit with somebody who's on that last journey. And she did it constantly. She saw people all the time who were in hospices, friends of friends. She was there to nurture, to help, to guide. And I think that in her life, people were aware of that. She had a great awareness of what death meant. And this is, for me, the awful tragedy of it, the waste of this life on the brink of so much opportunity. That last week, she was with her boyfriend, Dirty Fayed. She was making some sense of a life that had been drifting for some time. And she was really on the zenith of her achievements. She was being praised around the world for her landmines campaign. People were seeing that she was actually making a difference. And I find it just one of the most awful tragedies of the late 20th century, if not the greatest.
One of the people, of course, from whom Diane drew inspiration was Mother Teresa, and as you talk, I think today of the fact that, to enormous surprise, she died in Calcutta yesterday, 87 years old. And looking back at the files on the two of them, picture of them, 1997, I think taken in the Bronx in New York City, when Mother Teresa down there in this left of the corner, so less glamorous in every sense, said that in death we are all the same. The Welsh Guards, Her Majesty's Welsh Regiment of Foot Guards, raised in 1915 by order of her grandfather, King George V, so that Wales could be included in the national complement of the Regiment of Foot Guards identified with the United Kingdom, now accompany or bear Princess Diana's body through the streets of London. Cannot tell you exactly where they are at this moment, but Aaron Brown is in Hyde Park, and Aaron, the reaction as it either approaches you or go by.
Peter, as the procession gets closer here, many of the people, the crowd has grown quite considerably since we talked to you a few moments ago, and people are coming from the giant TV screens that have been set up in the park as they realize the procession is coming here. Very few of these people, because the crowd now is perhaps 20 deep, in many places perhaps even larger than that. Very few of them will actually see the procession as it goes by, but we talked earlier to a family who had come down from Wales and said, it'll be so hard for you to see anything, won't it? And the man just sort of shrugged his shoulders with his 2 young children and said, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we are here for it. It doesn't matter as we see it, but there is a sort of rushing, a rather dignified rushing, if that's not an oxymoron, to get to a point as the procession gets close to us here at Hyde Park.
Welsh Guards to the rear in their scarlet tunics, and the King's Troop in their very distinctive uniforms with their small plumes on their caps. The Welsh Guards wearing their famous bearskins. There's been some controversy, ironically, there's been some controversy about everything that's going on this week, in part because for so many people here and around the world, the magnitude of all this has been somewhat difficult to digest and understand. There has been, in the final analysis, no controversy at all about the way this has drawn or seemed to draw Britain together, but I note in one of the newspapers this morning that there were complaints that a gun carriage was being used in light of Diana's campaign against landmines around the country, and that a gun carriage, which of course hasn't been used in any operational way since before the beginning of World War II, but it is the traditional way on which kings and queens and statesmen are borne to their funerals here, and as we remember John F. Kennedy's funeral in the United States as well. And Barbara, on the coffin itself, some very beautiful flowers.
Yes, there are 3 wreaths. One is from her brother, Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, and 2 are from her sons, Prince William and Prince Harry. And the muffled tenor, the bell that you keep hearing, is from Westminster Abbey, and it will ring every minute of the procession as a sign of respect. The flowers are lilies, Peter.
There was some discussion this week as to what kind of a funeral this would be. This is not a full state funeral. That is, of course, reserved for kings and queens.
It is interesting who is invited and who is not invited to this. The entire royal family will be here, all of the sisters and the brothers and the grandchildren. The Spencer family, Princess Diana's mother, who divorced her father when the princess was just 7 years old. Her stepmother will be here, her brother, her 2 sisters, and it will be a service unlike any other. Everything from Elton John singing a song that he had originally written in memory of Marilyn Monroe, and now the lyrics have been changed, to her 2 sisters reading poems, to her brother speaking. There is that Westminster Abbey bell. It is a ceremony unlike anything that's been seen here in this country, or indeed anywhere, unique, unprecedented.
I'd like to ask Sarah Bradford and then Andrew Morton about your reaction. You first, perhaps, Sarah Bradford. Your reaction to Her Majesty's live address to the nation last week. The day before, we were reading all the British papers and hearing people on the streets and hearing it on radio and television. A real anger that the royal family seemed to be immune to the grief that other people felt. But Her Majesty seems to have turned it around a bit. Is that fair to say? Andrew?
Yes, I think that when you look back, we had a series of disasters in the 1980s. We had the M1 disaster in Kegworth. We had the Marchioness disaster where a ferry was hit on the Thames just behind us. And there was, of course, the Pan Am crash in Lockerbie. All these happened in a very short space of time. And there was great public anger then because the royal family remained at Sandringham, their winter home. Now, this time, the Queen has bowed to pressure. She's come back. And I think that, in a way, when you're away from the centre of these things, you tend to not really appreciate the depth of public feeling. And I think that, to some extent, the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has actually been quite good in guiding them back into public esteem. And at the same time, when she did make her speech, everybody was very touched by it, very moved by it. All the more so because they wanted to be given a lead. And this was the problem in the 80s. They didn't get a lead. Diana used to reach out to people. The royal family retreat from people. They retreat to Balmoral. They retreat to Sandringham. For the first time, I think we see the royal family actually giving a lead as a very poignant and special national occasion. And we live in a chaotic universe. We want the royal family to give us some kind of semblance and understanding of stability, some permanence. And the Queen coming back yesterday, it was like a mother returning home.
Sarah Bradford, let me put the same thing to you. Our impression in the United States, and those of us who were here, has been that the royal family was in terrible disfavor. The recent poll showed that for the first time less than 50% of the country were totally supportive of it. And then the Queen returns yesterday and does a walkabout with the Duke of Edinburgh and appears to reach out to the country. What long-term effect do you think it has?
Well, I think it's brought the monarchy and the people back together, and I think that is very, very important. I think I heard Andrew Morton saying much the same thing. The people need somebody there to unite them, some figurehead, but they don't want a very distant figurehead, as the Queen over recent days has seemed to be. They want Diana, who is a yardstick for royalty. They want glamour, they want human warmth. They want a feeling that the monarchy can reach out over the heads of the politicians, I might say, to the people. And I think that that's what the Queen did yesterday. She appeared on television looking really like anybody's grandmother, looking sad, speaking in a natural voice. It's very unusual for her. In fact, I think it's unprecedented to make a live broadcast. And therefore, she came across in a very human way. And I think that everybody felt that she'd united the nation after all the criticism that there had been, and the sadness and the shock and the anger.
Tony Holden, as we see so much sobriety, as we see so much sadness, and we on occasion see outrage, untrammeled grief, who is the heir, if anyone, to Diana's popularity in the royal family?
Well, quite clearly, Peter, it's Prince William and, of course, Harry as well. But in terms of the future of the monarchy, it's William, who will be very much the centerpiece, and a very poignant centerpiece, of the pictures we're going to see today. I agree with Sarah and Andrew that yesterday, the Queen's return, her speech was some kind of healing process for the events of this week. Whether it will go far enough beyond that, I beg leave to doubt.
Barbara, Tony, let me just interrupt you for 1 second, because we're seeing many of the personalities now coming to the church, and Diana, Barbara, you can help us.
The woman that you were looking at is Princess Diana's stepmother. Her name is Rain. She was married to Princess Diana's father, who died 5 years ago. She works for Harrods, as a matter of fact, and is very close to Mohammed Al Fayed,
ex-prime ministers,
the father of Dodi. Diana has become closer to her in recent years. For a long while, they were not friendly at all. It's said that Diana's brother still has antipathy towards her, but Diana and she became close in the last years or so.
I can warn you in advance that with all of our best intentions, we're not going to recognize everybody who is here today.
This is, Peter, I believe that this is her sister, one of her sisters. She has two sisters, Lady Sarah McCorkindale, whom she was closest to.
Well, whomever we have coming at the moment, you are looking at the great Abbey, the great nation church of Great Britain, and once upon a time British Empire. It has stood in one form or another for more than 1,000 years. It is here where kings and queens have been crowned. It is from here that kings and queens have been sent off But it is also here where the great and the near great are also buried. This is not the most overwhelming church by totally itself in London. So this is the home of St. Paul's Cathedral as well, where Princess Charles and Diana were married. But this is the national church, Westminster Abbey.
This is where the Queen was crowned. 2 of her children were married here.
I can give you just a little bit of history now about the church, as people come from all corners of the country to try to at least be close to it. This scene of 38 coronations.
On these islands for more than 1,000 years, in times of joy and celebration, in times of crisis and sorrow, they have turned to the banks of the River Thames and the towering spires of Westminster Abbey. The great and tragic moments of British history have been marked here, the deaths of kings and queens. Queen Victoria, who gave her name to an era.
By the right, slow march!
Westminster is not for royalty alone. The great clergymen and statesmen have been mourned here. Most recently, Lord Louis Mountbatten, the last British ruler of India, brought to the Abbey after he was murdered by Irish terrorists. This is the church where the British acknowledge their best. Inside the great halls of the Abbey, the tombs for hundreds of years of royalty. Edward the Confessor, the last Saxon king. Elizabeth I, who cast the Roman Catholic monks from this abbey, emphasizing its role as the English church. When Queen Elizabeth assumed the throne in 1953, it was the first and so far only televised coronation here. But every other monarch, save 2 for the last 1,000 years, was crowned here. Elizabeth married Prince Philip here. Princess Diana's parents, the Spencers, married here. The chapels of Westminster have seen a millennium of history. The British Empire, when it was so vast, the sun never set on it somewhere. The empire is all but gone, but Westminster stands. And today, this is where the world has turned to say goodbye to the Princess of Wales.
And a very fitting and moving blend.
A little bit of history of Westminster Abbey as the great and the near great and the familiar go in. As I said, it'll be sometimes difficult for us to identify them as quickly as we might like. The British Broadcasting Corporation is providing the pictures here. But the congregation, some 2,000 people who will be in attendance here today, break down into various groups. The members of the royal family, of course, as Barbara has already said, the Spencer family, friends of Diana, a great many young women with whom she has lived her life, both before and after her marriage to Prince Charles, and of course the celebrity friends of Princess Diana, listed in a separate category. And then there are, of course, great delegations from around the world. Not all countries are represented by any means, but Mrs. Clinton is here, had left Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard to come here and represent the United States, and come, as she was, Barbara, a friend of Diana's.
I don't think they were close friends, Peter, but they did know each other. It is interesting, the heads of state, most of the heads of state are not here because this is not a state funeral, but they sent wives, for example, the wife of the President of France, Mrs. Chirac. And in terms of royalty, Queen Noor and her son are here representing Jordan. And I understand that in order to come, that royalty had to request being invited, that they were not automatically invited yet. I don't think you're going to see anyone here from Monaco. So if one felt close to the princess, one could request. The invitations were first delivered to friends and other people by telephone, and then just yesterday by a little green card that gave them admittance. So you're not going to see lots of ambassadors. You will see 4 of Britain's former prime ministers, including, of course, Dame Margaret Thatcher. It is an interesting selection of people, a very eclectic selection of people, Peter.
Now I'm going to just look over the balcony here to try to anticipate applause. There's no question this is a solemn occasion, but it's an occasion. It's important to remember, as the coffin has been borne through the streets of London, many people have shouted, "We love you, Diana." Down here at Westminster Abbey, people have been camped out in their sleeping bags overnight. And this morning there were the requisite beer bottles and beer cans around, as if to suggest that people had been at least social throughout the night. Many young people here, because Diana was seen as the quintessential representative of her generation. And I think that applause down below may be for Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin Airways, Virgin Records, a close friend of Princess Diana's, and the man here who, as much as anybody, took the initiative to say that this should be a very big day, Andrew Morton. He was the one who wrote openly to the government and said we must have a national moment of silence.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I was talking to him just the other night. He'd just flown in from Las Vegas, and he was stunned by the fact that there were only 5 books of remembrance at St. James's Palace.
By the way,
and they were increased to 43. I'm sorry, Barbara.
I'm sorry. It was Mr. Branson who got in touch with Elton John and asked him at the request of Princess Diana's sister to sing. So he is very close to the family and has been speaking with them throughout this week.
And of course he provided his holiday home in Necker in the Caribbean as a retreat for Diana and the children.
All of the members of the British government will be represented. Britain has a new government. In case you don't watch affairs here terribly closely, a new Labour government. We make reference to Tony Blair, the new Labour Prime Minister. It is very much called New Labour, sometimes seen, at least in its public demeanour, as imitative of the Clinton campaign at home. But certainly the traditional political center has moved dramatically in this country in the last little while, and it was Tony Blair, who's quite familiar in the United States now, who was very much out front when Diana was killed, saying we have lost the princess of the people, and who, a skeptic would argue, Mr. Morton, has perhaps used Diana just a little bit in political terms. I'm sure you're going to disagree with me on such a day as this.
I think, Peter, you'd have to be very cynical to believe that. I think that it was a mutual thing. Diana was very much looking forward to working with Tony Blair, and she was a great friend of Peter Mandelson, who is one of his advisors, and she was talking about Tony Blair using her more as an ambassador for Britain to go to China, to other places, something which John Major, the former Prime Minister, had blocked because of opposition from the palace.
But I understand that she does not need permission now to make these different trips, and that she had planned a year ahead the different places that she was going to go to. She was going to Thailand in November, and so she had planned all of these trips. It doesn't seem as if she was going to retire from public life, as we had heard, Andrew. She had a great many things planned, didn't she?
I was talking to a member of her staff just the other day who said that she was filled with enthusiasm, hope, and really looking forward to doing a lot more work.
Now, the Queen is preparing to leave Buckingham Palace, and so we want to check back in briefly with Cynthia McFadden, who is up there at Canada Gate. Cynthia?
I just lost the RFB.
Cynthia McFadden is unable to hear me for a second, though we're able to hear her, and as soon as she gets the earpiece in again. But there is the north gate of Buckingham Palace, and it's just to the left of there where this gigantic collection of flowers has been gathering. And it is in that very gate where yesterday the Queen, returning home from Scotland to her London residence, stopped and got out. Cynthia, the mood there this morning?
Peter, the Queen's car is about to leave. There's been a lot of activity just behind the gate. You can see the Rolls Royces lining up inside the gate. The mood this morning, I've been interested to listen to our experts on the monarchy, because the mood this morning here with the crowd is not unified in saying that they have forgiven the Queen. Many of those in the front rows angry still that the standard is still flying at full mast over the palace. Angry that she waited until yesterday to speak, and disappointed, really. They said that they had each other and that they'd come here today to be with each other because they really felt that in some ways the Queen and the royal family had let them down, and that what they had was one another and that they wanted to be with one another. Most of them, certainly the first row or two here, and there were thousands sleeping here last night, said that they wanted to be up all night talking to one another because they felt that that was the only place they could get comfort.
I would also note that, of course, having heard what you say and not doubting it for one second, they did show up at Buckingham Palace in order to be together, the same place we saw enormous crowds, Barbara, 16 years ago when they were married.
That's right, and you know, this is somewhat generational because the Queen was torn between what one always does and what seems to be protocol, and the suggestions of her son and others that she do open up. But you know, there is that conflict. She is, after all, the Queen. There is also, I think, a misconception that the Queen didn't like Diana. As a matter of fact, I understand from people very close to Diana that she did like her, that she tried to prevent the divorce, that she did talk to Prince Charles and Princess Diana, maybe too late or too little, but she did indeed like her.
The royal standard to which Cynthia refers is right there on the top of the Buckingham Palace, and it's also today on the coffin. And it flies over Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence. And therefore, this week, that flagpole has stood empty for a long period of time. And that is what engendered some of the anger, even disgust among the British people. The Queen has now made a decision that when she leaves the palace today to go to Westminster Abbey, where the standard usually flies, the Union Jack, the national flag, will fly over Buckingham Palace for the first time at half-mast.
Traditionally, the flag is never at half-mast because when a sovereign dies, immediately there is a new sovereign. So to have it at half-mast would be improper. You know, the Queen is dead or the King is dead. Long live the King, long live the Queen. So this is also something that's unprecedented, isn't it, Andrew?
Not really. The Union Jack flies at half-mast very often. The Queen's standard doesn't fly at half-mast, and yesterday when it did slip down the pole, everybody thought, my goodness, and then it turned out it had been purely an accident.
Barbara's making a very good point that we are seeing the clash, really, quite a profound clash of two value systems. The value system
Excuse me for interrupting.
Sorry.
Dodi Fayed.
That is not Dodi's mother, that is the
Muhammad Fayed, I should say, his father. We're so used to saying Dodi.
His second wife, and by the way, he has 4 children by this wife, and these were the children who became close to Prince William and Prince Harry on the yacht where Diana went this summer and supposedly had such a wonderful time, and that's when she first met Dodi. There is a big question. Muhammad Fayed has said that Princess Diana had some last words and instructions before she died. He hasn't revealed them, but he did have this discussion the day before yesterday with Lady Sarah McCorquodale, the sister of Princess Diana. We don't know what those words may have been or even if they existed.
I cannot help you here. Can you, Andrew Morton? Well, we said it wouldn't be. I think it may have been the Speaker of the House of Commons. Ms. Booth.
That was Betty Boothroyd.
Betty Boothroyd.
It's rather difficult on this monitor.
Yes. Well, also we're not accustomed to seeing her.
She was actually in the same class at school as my father.
Pavarotti, who was invited to come and sing and said he was too bereft to come and sing and then said he would come anyway. Another of those people in the show business world with whom Diana had become familiar and friendly.
Parliament is not in session, but in our country, the Senate and House passed a resolution of condolences for Princess Diana.
In the case of Pavarotti, here is a relationship that began when he performed at a charity concert in Cardiff, in Wales, for her, at her request. And then she supported his charity to build a music center for children in Bosnia. We all know in the United States, because of the argument about the U.S. position on landmines, that this young, dynamic princess had an enormous effect on government policies in terms of getting them to try to sign the Universal Declaration against landmines. That's Patty Ashdown, who's the Liberal Democratic Party leader. All of the political parties here will be represented today. We expect that Baroness Thatcher will be here and former Prime Minister Edward Heath.
Peter, when you talk about landmines, in the procession of people representing Princess Diana's charities, especially the 6 major charities in which she was involved, children's charities and AIDS trusts and leprosy missions and the English ballet and so forth, and there are, I understand, 2 victims of landmines who are also part of that procession.
I rather wish we knew precisely where this gun carriage was at the moment, because
we're right in front of Hyde Park at Marble Gate. It's right in front of me now, New York.
Thank you, Aaron Brown, very much. I can hear him in my corner. So we're leaving Hyde Park now, or on the verge of leaving Hyde Park, through a set of quite beautiful gates, the most modern gates in Hyde Park, called Queen's Gate, designed in the 90s in honor of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who is the oldest living member of the royal family, and for many years, certainly with the older generation, has been an immensely popular figure. And it will then go south for just a minute or two under what is called Constitution Arch. And the Queen leaves the north gate of Buckingham Palace to drive down the Mall, or perhaps up Constitution Hill. Not exactly certain. We'll tell you in a second which route she's going to take with the Duke of Edinburgh to reach Westminster Abbey. Nothing is very far apart here, but we're looking at a procession where a horse carriage being drawn has already taken about 1 hour and 47 minutes and is just getting out of Hyde Park and towards Constitution Arch.
There is Elton John on the camera with his partner, David Furnish. The last time he saw Princess Diana was at the funeral service of Gianni Versace, his very close friend. And you can see, he told us in an interview the other day, Peter, that she comforted him, that they had had a tiff. They'd had a silly tiff over Gianni Versace for a particular reason I won't go into right now, but they made up there. She comforted him. He said that this is going to be one of the most, probably the most daunting experience of his life, to sing today and play the piano in Westminster Abbey. But she kept her control with him, and he said he will do it for her. He has rewritten the lyrics of Candle in the Wind, which was originally written by Bernie Taupin and Elton John in memory of Marilyn Monroe. Now it's going to begin Goodbye English Rose, although, Peter, there was even some controversy over that it may be Goodbye British Rose, because it's more than just England, it's Scotland, Wales.
Now, I'm going to speculate here a little bit, because we're watching the British Broadcasting Corporation's pool pictures. But what you saw leaving Buckingham Palace was not, I think, the Queen, but in fact was Prince Philip, and that the Queen and Prince Philip may be going separately to Westminster Abbey, and that small group of people there arriving on the Mall, I think, Andrew Morton, in the neighborhood of Clarence House and St. James's Palace, is a representative group of people who will join the procession and be able to signify to the world all of the various constituencies which felt they got so much hope from Diana: the AIDS community, the crippled community, the landmine community, the homeless community.
Absolutely, and in fact, there was one charity, Aspire, which is for people with artificial limbs. They were going to send their officials, but there was a protest from within, and it's all people in wheelchairs now who are going along. And this, again, takes away from any kind of semblance of military ceremonial with the gun carriage. This is really back to what Diana would have wanted, the people that she cared for, that she wanted, people who are, in a way, disenfranchised from mainstream life.
Andrew, she even went to places that no one would think of going. She went to every hospital for the criminally insane, didn't she? I understand. And she watched operations. She watched open heart surgery. She went to places that were, not the common places that one would go in order to do good works.
She went, for example, you're quite right, Barbara, she went to the Bullring, which is a place quite near here where all the homeless doss out. And she was in, there was a potential security risk, but she was prepared to do that. And it's because it comes from the heart. She saw herself as an outsider inside the royal family, and she naturally gravitates to the outsiders in our own community. And I think this is one of the most significant aspects of her life, and one of the most significant aspects of those people who came to pay homage to her at Kensington Palace. It wasn't the great and the good, it was ordinary people, people who don't necessarily have a voice either in the mass media or in normal institutions.
Of all the people we've spoken to and we've spoken to so many people since she was killed, one who impressed me above others was Baroness Margaret Jay, who we knew in the United States when she was at one point the wife of the British ambassador, but she became the first chairman of the AIDS Trust in Britain. At a time when so many people in the world were terrified of AIDS, and she was telling us on the air the other night that we have to think back to how frightened we were that AIDS was communicable in a variety of ways, which we've subsequently learned to be nonsensical. But that when Diana reached out to touch an AIDS patient here in Britain for the first time, it was practically revolutionary.
It was a baby. Didn't she reach out for a baby?
I was there. It was at Middlesex Hospital in 1987. It was a very moving moment. She just simply shook somebody's hands who had AIDS. It was something that the palace themselves were very nervous about her doing. They didn't want her to get into something which was then totally associated with the homosexual community, and they felt that it was inappropriate for her. She defied them, and it was one of the events in her life which set her in motion towards actually finding herself as an individual. It's an interesting psychological point as well.
Is it true, Andrew, as I've heard, that there was a serious debate in the palace establishment as to whether she would touch somebody on that occasion?
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, they were talking about whether she should wear gloves or whether she shouldn't wear gloves. The whole atmosphere at that time was very hostile to Diana doing it, and she was very courageous to do that.
When you go to Kensington Palace and you see flowers, many of them have letters and signs saying this is from gay people. Thank you, Princess Diana. I mean, they felt very close to her. She also touched people who were victims of leprosy, and that's also.
Constitution Arch, under which they have just come, another unique moment for people in these islands who watch such things carefully. It is normally only the monarch that passes under Constitution Arch. And they are now on the very edges now of Buckingham Palace. And we'll turn now southeast, if geography serves me correctly, and go down Constitution Hill. Here is Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair. He has played a very significant role in the country this week in a variety of ways. He was first the one who went out and referred to Diana at the beginning of the week as the people's princess, making it clear in a great many minds here that the people could rally around her and should rally around her. In some respects, it could be argued he contributed to the division that was so clear this week between the people and the royal family. But on a couple of occasions, subsequently, he has been the first person to get out and defend the royal family for staying in seclusion at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, keeping the boys in seclusion, supporting the notion of the Queen, speaking to the people. Perhaps, this is speculation, informed speculation perhaps, having something to say about what the Queen said to the nation yesterday. But he is certainly the face of what is called New Labour in this country, very often compared to President Clinton. Been to Washington several times now to talk to the president in political campaigns in Britain, now very much more American than they have been in the past.
The Queen discussed her speech, actually, with the Prime Minister. There's Henry Kissinger. He is here with his wife. Princess Diana was very, very fond of him. They had a kind of, they used to gossip. He described her as having a wicked sense of humor. He presented an award to her when she was in America last year, when she was at a charity for cerebral palsy, and they felt close to each other.
Richard Attenborough, the great actor who taught Diana how important it was to be a public speaker, and who writes in today's Times a very, very glowing article about their relationship. Andrew?
Well, more than that, he was the one who really encouraged her to become involved in the landmines campaign. Really, he saw her quite a lot at Kensington Palace, and he was the one who actually made a film about landmines, which finally changed her mind that it was something that she must do. And it gave her this real new vitality and sense of direction. She owed a lot to him during her life. And
gave him a sense of new vitality,
yes,
too.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, going back to the Prime Minister, I spoke to one of his... I'll pause now and I'll come back and tell you this later.
Her Majesty, I think that's Prince Edward on her left. And I'm not sure if Andrew's there as well, but Her Majesty walking out through the front courtyard of Buckingham Palace. We'll try to tell you all who is there. Everybody will be here to the best of our knowledge.
The Queen is 71, Duke of Edinburgh is 76. There was some suggestion that in 2002, when she celebrates her 50th year of reigning here, that she would begin to turn some of her official duties over to Prince Charles.
We'll have to have a closer look to see, but the people who are expected are Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is one of the members of the royal family who works terribly hard and doesn't get as much credit as some others think she should.
Her son, Peter Phillips, has been very close to the two young princes. He's been with them all this weekend. He's 19 years old. He accompanied them on the plane. He was with them yesterday at Kensington Palace. Princess Anne's son is probably their closest relative near their age.
But the royal family has made it very clear that on this occasion they do not wish to be the focus of attention. You will notice, if you stay with us, that when the service begins in Westminster Abbey, there will be no pictures of the royal family inside the Abbey.
Or the Spencer family.
A reminder of how, to what length some of the tabloid newspapers here will go. The Royal National Institute for the Deaf made it very clear the day before yesterday that they would not provide lip readers to the tabloid press so that they could understand what the royal family was saying to themselves. Cynthia McFadden?
Happening apparently here at Buckingham Palace is the royal family has come out of the palace gates and is standing on the side where the cortege is momentarily to pass. It's our understanding that they are going to watch the cortege pass and then get into the cars and go to Westminster. As the royal family walked out of the gates, I don't know if you could hear it, I know you could see it, but there was applause throughout the crowd. The crowd has grown exponentially in the last hour. There is no room for movement here now. The people simply packed one upon the other. And the royal family is simply standing outside the gates, waiting for the coffin of Diana to be rolled by.
In fairness to Her Majesty the Queen, it is the Queen who invented what is called the walkabout, at which Diana became so famous, and other members of the royal family have tried with, in some cases, success and without success in others. But Her Majesty, who this week, that's Princess Margaret on her right, the Queen's sister, her own tragic figure for many years, who was, and behind her, Viscount Linley, or is that Lord Snowdon? That's David Viscount Linley behind her, who's the son of Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret was married to Lord Snowdon, a world-famous photographer, among other things, and David Viscount Linley, her son, who's 12th in order of succession to the throne, among other things, an accomplished furniture maker who not long ago had a show in the United States, and I do think that is Anne, the Princess Royal, just to the left of the Queen.
Also divorced and remarried, as is Princess Margaret, who you mentioned her rather tragic life. She was in love in the 50s with Group Captain Peter Townsend. Many of us remember this, and that affair was broken up because he had been divorced.
It was 1992 in which Her Majesty the Queen referred to it as her horrible year, annus horribilis. In Latin, she said at the time of her annual address, but that was the year in which the young members of the royal family began to fall apart left, right, and center. And for those members of the older generation who have gotten out of their beds around the world today, certainly around the United States, there is already an ensconced sense of Sadness that, I think that's Mrs. Shan Kidd.
That's Frances Shan Kidd.
Frances Shan Kidd, who is Diana's
her mother.
And would have been grandmother to the future king. A very sad figure in Diana's life, walked out on Diana and her father when Diana was very young. I think it is in your book, yes, Mr. Morton, in which Diana hears her mother's footsteps going down the gravel pathway for the last time.
Yes, this was at Park House, where they lived at next door to Sandringham when Diana was just 6 years old. And it's one of her first memories, is that her mother leaving, walking down out into her car and out of her life, what she thought of was forever. Mrs. Shan Kidd always resented the idea that she was the bolter in the family. She always envisaged having due access to the children. This was denied in an extraordinarily bitter court case, where her own mother, Lady Fermoy, actually testified against her. Such was the depth of bitterness in her family. And that legacy obviously affected not just Diana, but all the rest of the children, Charles, Jane and Sarah.
This has been a banner week for psychiatric examination, both here and at home, because the royal family and the Spencer family have had such troubles, and certainly such public troubles, that the difficulties which the children have suffered, I speak here particularly of Diana and Charles, has not come as any great surprise to people. Another example of how this is being shared around the world by television, that's the Sky Dome in Toronto, the great baseball stadium in Toronto, with its open and closed roof, and it's about 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning there, and people in that former Dominion still, certainly a member of the Commonwealth, former member of the British Empire, getting up to watch this and participate in what has been, let's be fair, an international soap opera for many years. And Times Square in Hong Kong, again, where it is later, people watching this as well, and all across the United States. And I'm mindful of the fact, of course, that this is Saturday morning, and that even at this early hour, or perhaps at this early hour only in some parts of America, children are watching the television set. What you are, of course, watching is the funeral for a young woman, only 36, who was, for people of your age and people of all ages, very much a fairy princess. And she died in a car accident a week ago in Paris with a friend. And though I doubt if you have all watched as much news television as we have this week, those of you who are young, we have watched her life story played out on television this week. And now that is her coffin, buried in the flag, which is actually the monarch's flag, or the Queen's flag in this case, being moved very slowly, accompanied by soldiers, through the streets of London, the capital city of Britain, to the most famous church in all of the British, and certainly one of the most famous churches in all the world, Westminster Abbey, where there will be a very unusual ceremony to celebrate her departure. And that Westminster Abbey, we think one of the people about to arrive is Mrs. Clinton, who has come here to represent the United States, also come to represent the first family of the United States. The president intended to get up early and watch television, still on vacation. Barbara pointed out earlier that Mrs. Clinton and Diana were not particularly close friends, but very engaged they became, Barbara, on a couple of recent trips that Diana paid to Washington.
Yes, and I think that there was a sort of simpatico, because Mrs. Clinton has also had her own problems and her own travail. Peter, you know, one of the things that people feel, and you look at the family, and you see now the Queen and Princess Margaret, is that finally in the last few weeks, Princess Diana was happy. Everybody keeps talking about that. And when you go and you see the floral bouquets, as we have, there are many of them that say Diana and Dodi are together at last, together in heaven. There doesn't seem to be any resentment that, you know, that she died in this speeding car, but rather that at last she found happiness. This was the first relationship she'd had, really since her marriage, that she could be public about. Whether she was going to marry him, whether she wasn't going to marry him, sort of depends on who you talk to. Her closest friends say no, he hadn't proposed. She would never have done anything without talking to her son.
Right in front of Buckingham Palace, the Queen bows her head. And I want to bring back in again Sarah Bradford. Sarah, you've one of the Queen's biographers. Try to help us understand what you think Her Majesty is going through this week.
Well, I think immense sadness. I think regret at what has happened in the past. I think tremendous concern for William and Harry, who are, after all, the future of the monarchy, and who have been through the most difficult time over the past years, seeing their parents publicly disagreeing, having bitter fights, and finally divorcing. And now, just when things were perhaps getting more normal, this terrible thing happens for them. And so the Queen, as the head of the family, bears the major responsibility for them. And I think as she saw Diana's coffin pass, all these things went through her mind, many regrets for the past. And as she said, there was Diana, a warm, affectionate, smiling, exceptional person.
Do you believe that the Queen will also feel a sense of guilt at the manner in which her own son has been raised and the cloistered way in which the crown has existed for so long, and especially now that she sees the public response to the public nature of Diana?
Well, I think that in every family, when things like that go wrong, the parents do, or indeed should, question what part they've had to play in it. And when these first things became public, the divorces, the Queen turned to one of her closest friends and said, "What did we do wrong?" So she's certainly not above thinking that way. And of course, I'm afraid that there has been some responsibility there in the lack of communication between the different generations, which Diana was hoping to bridge when she married Prince Charles.
We will have lots of time as the day continues to talk about the future of the royal family, but you hear the first skirl of the pipes now as pipers join this funeral procession. Let us listen. Many people in the world who think it is not a sympathetic sound, but every day of her life, Her Majesty the Queen is awakened when she's at Buckingham Palace by a piper underneath her bedroom window in the West Garden. Anthony Holden, I don't want to detract from the sense of occasion at all. I don't think any of us do. But I have been struck this week, perhaps by the good taste of all of you who've done commentary in this country, but the reluctance or perhaps decision not to discuss what one might call the sort of more reckless or darker side of Diana. I've heard people refer to her in the last several days as now Saint Diana. Is it your impression that this is how she will now remain, or will you in Britain now discuss her in a fuller way when she's buried?
Peter, I think it's become clear this week that Diana was loved as much for her faults and imperfections as for her evident strengths and qualities. I think the reason so many people have fellow feeling is that she didn't hide it when she had a lapse of self-confidence. Her gaffes were all too public. It's what made her so human. And I think you were talking a minute ago about whether the Queen was feeling guilty about the way she brought up her son. I think if the Queen's feeling anything like that today, it might well be regret at the rather brutal way the royal family treated Diana just a year ago last week, the week before she died, when they stripped her of her rank of Royal Highness. They formally expelled her from the ranks of the family, and they deleted her name from the prayers said for the royal family in churches throughout Christendom. Diana was very hurt. It was part of the divorce settlement, but many people at the time said that the royal family had gone too far, and that certainly has been on the lips of many people this week.
Thank you, Tony.
It was always...
Sorry, I have to cut you off there for just a moment, just so I can perhaps help to identify for our younger people. Prince Charles coming out. You're looking at the Victoria Monument just outside Buckingham Palace, and this is the beginning of the Mall. The hearse, rather the gun carriage, has just moved in front of Buckingham Palace and is now going north along the Mall, past St. James's Palace. And there waiting for her, Prince Charles. To his left, as you can see, Prince William. And to Prince Charles's right, Prince Harry, the two people she loved most in the world, her sons, who, because they are princes in the House of Windsor, must, even if they did not want to, must participate in the very public farewell to their mother.
Peter, on the wreaths, the very first wreath that is on the top of her coffin, the card says, Mummy, put there by her two boys.
There's been a great deal of discussion this week about whether young Prince William, particularly, who is 15 and something of an idol with teenagers here, will walk behind his mother's coffin, whether her former husband, Prince Charles, will walk, whether Harry will. And earlier in the week, when there was such tension here, such distance between the royal family and the general public, it was thought that it might even be risky for Prince Charles to walk, lest he be booed. He is widely seen here as having treated her coldly in marriage. I think everybody acknowledges that marriages take two, but certainly as this relationship has been portrayed in your book, Mr. Morton, but on a more daily basis in the tabloid press, she at this week is certainly seen to be victim as much as anything.
Absolutely. At the same time, I think there's a growing mood that Prince Charles himself is a victim of his own background, and that the fact that this is contributing to this change in mood from one of anger to one of reconciliation. The fact that Prince Charles now needs support and sympathy from people, for whatever his faults in the past, as much as Diana does and Diana's family.
You know, there has been no mention at all of Camilla Parker Bowles, and this now puts her in a terribly difficult position, and Charles, because if there is considered a villain, perhaps it is she. She is the one who, it seems, broke up the marriage, although intimates have said that she wasn't the cause, but she was the consequence. And now I think, and I don't know what you feel, Andrew, that it would be extremely difficult for him to continue that relationship. What does he do? Just as he needs the support most of this woman who's his best friend, he can't be seen publicly with her anymore. It's a very untenable position.
Let me first explain to some of our younger viewers who Camilla Parker Bowles is. She's a longtime friend of Prince Charles for many, many years. And when Princess Diana's marriage to Prince Charles was coming apart, Princess Diana gave a very famous interview to the British Broadcasting Corporation here, in which she said there was a third woman in her marriage from the very beginning, and that was Prince Charles' friend, Lady Camilla Bowles, who was in fact married to a friend of Prince Charles. When the marriage broke up, Prince Charles, who acknowledged that he'd had a relationship during his marriage with Camilla Bowles, has certainly been comforted by her and been a long-time friend. She has not been seen in public. She was going to be seen in public this week had Diana not died. She has never met the boys, but I think, as you point out, Barbara, is out of the picture significantly for the moment. We'll come back to that if we may, Andrew.
Indeed.
She has acted with great sensitivity, though, certainly in the last week. And by the way, Peter, that famous interview, which you've talked about, which was done by the BBC, and it was an excellent and very revealing interview. I learned yesterday that it had all been rehearsed and that the questions had all been planned in advance, so that Princess Diana did indeed know everything she was going to say.
Is your answer. Prince Charles and his two sons.
This is the moment that people have been, if not looking forward to, but looking forward to with some dread in their hearts, really. The fact that seeing this young boy, Prince William, the man who will carry the burdens of monarchy into the 21st century, following his mother. People knew of the bond between William and Diana. They'd seen the way that he was comforting her in her difficult times.
Yes.
And I think these are the poignant scenes which will now resound down the decades of history.
This is the Mall, which leads from Buckingham Palace up to Trafalgar Square. This procession will not go all the way up the Mall. But you know, Andrew, I don't think that people really should be surprised. Aside from the fact that Prince William is sometimes described as his mother's closest confidant. This is what royal children are obliged to do. They are obliged to live in the public eye from the time they're very young. I keep thinking of young John Kennedy at his father's funeral, Prince Charles and Princess Anne from a very young age, certainly not with any of the intensity that has been forced on the royal family today, but were expected to be there for public occasions, happy and sad.
You're absolutely right, Peter. In fact, in the old days, there was no such thing as a private life for a monarch. The whole idea of the Privy Councillor, which is a great office of state, was because the individual had access to the King's privy. So the sense that the royal family live their lives out in public, share their emotions in public, and hide their emotions is one of the reasons why that we see this dichotomy, this difference between the royal family and their reaction to Diana's death and the rest of the country. The fact that they've got to shield themselves from so much public grief, an expression of public grief.
Yesterday, to see Prince William and Prince Harry, the way they handled themselves, even smiling and reaching out with such enormous dignity. He's a very popular young prince. You mentioned, Peter, how popular he is with young people, but he's greatly loved, and if anything will keep the monarchy in this country going, it is the affection for Prince William and the hope that, you know, one day he will be king.
And now you see what, of course, we should describe as Diana's procession, both during her marriage and after her marriage, though after her marriage she gave up a great many of the charities that a member of the royal family is obliged to participate in. But she gave up that, but stayed concentrated with a handful, and many of them are represented today, and they give you a clue to her character. The Arts Council. One time Diana was called the rock and roll princess, but she has extended her interest to art and fashion, as we all know, on a universal basis. The British Deaf Association, 10 members in the Abbey today, 5 in the procession are represented. The British Lung Foundation and the British Red Cross and the British Sports Association for the Disabled. and a summer music festival at Chester in the county of Cheshire, and the Child Accident Prevention Trust, and the City Ballet, and the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, the Douglas Bader Foundation. Douglas Bader, a very famous World War II pilot who lost his legs and went on to become every bit as famous and mobile as anybody else on his artificial legs.
And
the hat makes it difficult, but I think on the left that is Lady Sarah McCorquodale, if I'm not. We may well make mistakes here, but on the right.
On the right, I think, Sarah. On the left, it's Jane.
On the right, Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister. She's 42, a lady-in-waiting to her sister. On the left,
is Frances Shan Kidd.
In Frances Shan Kidd, Diana's mother. And on the left, Lady Jane Fellows, who's 40, Diana's older sister, married to Sir Robert Fellows, who is the Queen's private secretary.
And I noticed that Diana's mother, Frances Shan Kidd, has a very glorious cross on her, and she recently converted to Roman Catholicism.
And has spent her last years in really somewhat secluded. She wrote a letter to the press, she wrote a handwritten letter in which she said how much she loved her daughter and thanked God for giving her the daughter and for now taking Princess Diana back to him.
Mrs. Shan Kidd now lives on a rather remote island off the west coast of Scotland, and she came down to this today, slightly, she said, reluctantly, to leave a party in the local Catholic parish church this evening, where the parish priest tells us she is now very much involved. It is said that Diana and she were in reasonably close contact in recent years. Diana has never been to see her mother on this remote island, and Andrew, I think it would be pushing it to say they had a close relationship.
They had a very up and down relationships. Often Diana would be spending more time comforting her than vice versa. And I remember when Diana was on the cusp of leaving public life in 1993, before she made her famous time and space speech. Her mother was on the phone with her various problems. And I think we're now seeing...
Who is that between... No, that's the Earl, that's Earl Spencer.
On the right is Prince Charles, in the centre is Prince Harry, on the left is Earl Spencer, Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, and the far left is William.
Earl Spencer, where you at home may be fairly familiar, and then Prince Philip, the Queen's husband, on the extreme right there. Earl Spencer, who now lives in South Africa, is the one who earlier this week in his first public comments referred to the editors of the British tabloid press primarily as having blood on their hands and having contributed to the death of his sister in that car accident in Paris. The investigation in Paris it goes on with relentless intensity, and a great many people, including, and that's the Queen Mother, that's the 97 years old Queen Mother who lives at Clarence House there on the Mall, or on the Mall. They've just, on the Royal Mall has just passed her house. It was from her home that Diana left to go to be married 16 years ago. She is the most extraordinarily enduring member of the royal family, often described as the most popular member of the royal family, certainly for that generation. Slightly seen as a genteel, doddering aunt. Is that a little unkind, Andrew?
I think that certainly as far as Diana was concerned, she never particularly got on very well with the Queen Mother, because the Queen Mother was a great friend of Lady Ruth Fermoy, her grandmother, who was so much against Diana's mother. And she always used to say that Clarence House was the font of all criticism of Diana inside the royal family. I think the Queen Mother does come from a different age. She does come from an Edwardian age where you never complained, you never explained, and you just got on with it.
Have other relationships, and you never, ever, ever contemplated divorce.
Never. No, not at all. And the fact that all the Queen's children have divorced.
Well, except for the youngest son.
He's not yet married.
He's not yet married.
Prince
that's
Edward
right.
is not yet married, although he's taking his time about it. He's been romancing a young lady called Sophie Rhys-Jones for the last 4 years.
She's an executive, I think, at a public relations firm, and she's here today with him, I think. Yeah. It must take enormous stamina to be seen with a member of the young royals today over any lengthy period of time, given the attention we in the press have given this family. But the Queen Mother, for her generation, in some respects, had something of the same public demeanor as Diana. It was during the war when she and her husband, King George VI, refused to move out of Buckingham Palace when Britain was under siege by German bombers. Buckingham Palace was bombed during the war, and when the East End of London was so terribly bombed, she and her husband would walk among the people. And so she, this Scottish member of the Scottish nobility, endeared herself to a generation in much the same way that Diana has endeared herself to a younger generation.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, because when she first came into the royal family, she was seen as an outsider. It was one of the first occasions that a member of the royal family had married a commoner, albeit a well-born commoner, and she was called Cookie by the late Duchess of Windsor because she was seen to be rather lowly born. And yet it's the Queen Mother who, in a way, reinvented the royal family, just as Diana in the 80s reinvented the royal family. The Queen Mother made the royal family far more accessible than it had been, certainly during the Edwardian and very much so during the Victorian period.
I want to do a quick canvass here, if I may. I'd like to ask, first of all, Tony Holan, and then Sarah Bradford, and then you, Andrew Morton, to give us just a very, very quick thumbnail sketch of how you think Prince Charles will now be portrayed, given the way he has performed historically, but also in the last couple of days. Tony Holden, may I start with you as we watch Prince Charles follow his ex-wife's casket?
Prince Charles's popularity was at a pretty low ebb before any of this happened. I think there's a degree of sympathy to him, of course, as the father of these two poor boys without a mother, and there's hope that he can somehow shed the coldness of his upbringing and turn much more into a tactile, warm father than perhaps he's been to them so far. He's only spent 30 days with them in the last 12 months. It's very interesting to me watching these pictures, the positioning, the way that Earl Spencer, Diana's brother's in the middle there, and Charles is marginalized like his father. I think that's as it should be symbolically.
He is
William's the only hope for the future. William's the only hope for the monarchy's future, and Charles's only hope of survival really as a public figure now is as William's father.
Well, I did anticipate from you, Tony Holden, a quite severe observation. Sarah Bradford, do you feel the same way?
No, I don't entirely feel the same way. I think it's early days to see how the public are going to view Prince Charles after all this has gone on. How far they will blame him for the unhappiness that Diana suffered, or how far they will feel sympathy for him as the lone parent of these two young boys. And certainly the images over the past few days have been very sympathetic of Prince Charles hand in hand in public with his sons. This has hitherto not been a royal characteristic. And so I think that we shouldn't make too much of a snap judgment on this.
Andrew Morton, from you, a sort of brief analysis of Prince Charles' future.
I think Prince Charles's future is very uncertain. His popularity was very low anyway. There was still endless discussion about his relationship with his friend Camilla Parker Bowles. The death of the Princess of Wales has cast a further shadow over that popularity. Yes, he will become king, but it will be very much a holding operation until Prince William. He is the future of the royal family.
Barbara, when you and I were here, I know exactly what we're doing here in terms of... Hang on just a second. Let's go to the front of Westminster Abbey. I believe that may well be the Queen or the Queen Mother, if we could go to the front door of Westminster Abbey. We can't tell, but whoever it was got applause, or perhaps the applause was merely for the royal standard on top of one of the royal family's many Rolls Royces as it arrives at the west door of Westminster Abbey. You get a better sense when they go in. But as they come here through Horse Guards Parade, they've now turned off the mall, and they're coming through what is called Horse Guards Parade on their way to Whitehall itself. This is also familiar to many Americans. This is the scene of Whitehall Palace. This is where Henry VII in the 1600s held these great jousts and tournaments, but it is here on the Queen's birthday where the members of the household regiments ride and march in review. The Queen often appears on horseback herself, and for those of you who've been tourists in London, especially you kids, this is maybe where you've come and you've seen one of the guards sitting on a horse and you've tried to talk to him and he didn't say anything to you, which is always frustrating for young visitors to London when they get nothing back from the guards outside any of the royal palaces here. This is Horse Guards Parade as they go through the very same place where other funeral processions have formed up, not very far from the offices of the War Room, from which the late great Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the great British wartime leader, ran the affairs of the war from underground. This is a core bit of this national capital, which is rich, eminently rich in the nation's history. Barbara.
Peter, I'd like to follow up just a little bit when you were talking with Andrew Holden and Andrew Morton. You know, Princess Diana, when she did that interview now 2 years ago, said at the time that she didn't think that Prince Charles, she said in effect, she didn't think that he would really be the best king, that she hoped that her son implied that she hoped that Prince William would be king. Now there is a magazine article just out in New York that in which she supposedly, we will never know, had said that he shouldn't be king, Prince Charles, because he is a follower and not a leader. So to some degree, don't you think, Anthony, that she has put down his reputation, perhaps not meaning to, perhaps out of love for her son?
She's never ever believed that Prince Charles will become king. She said actually for the
Excuse me again for interrupting, but Her Majesty has left Buckingham Palace. Perhaps that applause you hear is for the sudden appearance of the national flag, the Union flag, or Union Jack as we most commonly know it, flying at half-staff over Buckingham Palace. This in this country, and throughout the British Commonwealth certainly, will be taken as enormously significant. Sorry, Andrew, continue.
Yes, this has been a consistent theme of Diana's life over the last 10 years. She's never believed that Prince Charles will become king, and she's never believed that herself will become queen, albeit not in these circumstances. She's always seen the hope for the royal family as being Prince William, which is why she's invested so much of her own time and so much of her own emotional energy in Prince William, in taking him to see down and out, in taking him to see the homeless, in taking him to see AIDS patients. She wants him to have a rounded view of what life is really like inside Britain today, so that when he becomes king, as she always believed he would, and keep the standard raised of monarchy for the 21st century, then at least he would be in touch with the people. And that's what she always felt about the royal family. They're not in touch with their emotions, they're not in touch with the people.
In case you are just rising at anywhere in the United States, thank you for joining us on ABC. We are here in London covering the funeral of Diana, the Princess of Wales, and we are not too very long from the actual funeral service itself in the 1,000-year-old Westminster Abbey. From around the city and around the country and around the world, royals and commoners, friends and officials of Diana, who was killed last Saturday, are gathering on the Abbey to celebrate her life. Coming through Horse Guards Parade, not terribly far now from Whitehall, which is not very far from Westminster Abbey itself. Her coffin on a gun carriage, accompanied by members of the Welsh Guard and the King's Troop of the Household Cavalry, and accompanying her as she moves, her ex-husband, Prince Charles, her two sons, William and Harry, Earl Spencer, her brother, and the Queen's sister, I beg your pardon, the Queen's husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Other members of the royal family and the Spencer family have already gathered in Westminster Abbey. The First Lady, Mrs. Clinton, I think, has arrived with the British ambassador, Admiral William Crowe. Various members of what is described by the Royal Palace here as Diana's celebrity friends are here. The news services are saying that Tom Hanks is here, Diana Ross, Tom Cruise and his wife, Nicole Kidman, and Steven Spielberg is said to be here as well. But much more important to this day than any of the individuals who are here is the vast display of public sentiment on the streets today, as it has been for the entire week, for this 36-year-old, astonishingly glamorous human being who was killed in, to use that dreadful cliche, the prime of her life. Her Majesty the Queen, who came out and stood outside the front gates of Buckingham Palace while the gun carriage passed, and then got in a car and came the short distance here to Westminster Abbey with the Queen Mother, that is to say Queen Elizabeth's mother, Queen Elizabeth, who's 97 years old, being led in where they'll be greeted by the Dean of Westminster and perhaps by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the leading figures of the Anglican Church, of which the Queen is the secular head in Britain. This Abbey is, some of you undoubtedly have visited it, is reeks with history.
This, however, will be a service unlike any that's been held here before, where you have Elton John singing, where you have poetry that's going to be read by Princess Diana's two sisters. The Prime Minister will read, Prime Minister Blair will read from the Bible and speak of love. Princess Diana's favorite hymns will be played. There has never been a service like this. It's been called a unique service for a unique person, and it will be. So, you know, Peter, when you and I covered, as did many broadcasters, the wedding, one knew in advance what it was going to be. It was a traditional ceremony. This is unlike anything before.
Well, never before, Barbara, as you know, did we ever think we should be here 16 years ago when we sat on we're on a tiny balcony overlooking Westminster Abbey today. 16 years ago, we sat on an even tinier balcony outside St. Paul's Cathedral in the city of London, and were in those days stunned by the joy and celebration of that day. A day much like this. The British have been lucky with their weather, if that's an apt way to put it today. But it has enabled a great many people to come. Scotland Yard tells us just a minute ago that 1 million people have been here on the streets today to watch the gun carriage go through. And again, if you're just joining us, this funeral procession has taken much longer than originally intended because it was felt by the Spencer family and by the royal family and certainly by the government that more people should have an opportunity to see Princess Diana one last time. When this ceremony is over, she'll travel almost 80 miles by car to the scene of her family home in the county of Northamptonshire, about 80 miles from here. But on this particular voyage through Hyde Park, past Buckingham Palace, through the historic Horse Guards Parade, and then down Whitehall towards the British Parliament. This has been the heart of empire for so long, and this young woman has done so much to change what was for so long its core establishment.
I was going to point out, sometimes it's difficult for you and me to hear each other if it sounds as if we're interrupting. I was just going to point out that royal business goes on as usual. This is the weekend that the Prime Minister of Great Britain goes and visits Balmoral to stay with the Queen, and when this service is over, he is indeed going to do that. So the certain traditions, certain things never change.
Just watch this very quietly for a moment and perhaps ask first Cynthia McFadden and then Aaron Brown to give us quietly their assessment of what the reaction has been of the people as we go along. Cynthia?
You know, Peter, here at the palace, it has been extraordinary what's happened in the last 15 or 20 minutes. When the cortege passed initially, it was absolutely still. People 20 deep, 30 deep in some places, almost 50 deep in other places, stood absolutely silently. There was a small group, a stream of people that has apparently followed the cortege the entire length and have been winding behind it. In some of the photographs, you've been able to see them. But I think perhaps there was polite applause when the Queen came out and watched the cortege pass. But the most extraordinary moment for me was when the standard was lowered and the Union Jack was raised. The applause was deafening and spontaneous, and people stood in place and stared at that flag for probably 5 or 10 minutes without moving. It has been a remarkable sight here this morning.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'll speculate that when we hear these smatterings of applause for such gestures, it is because we are seeing the royal family doing what the people have wanted them to do all week, which is to respond to the public need for the royal family to share this in the same manner in which so much of the public has shared. And it's been very difficult for members of some generations in Britain this week to comprehend what is going on. A member of the older generation was heard to say here earlier this week that his generation was, brought up and trained to fight Hitler, and that it was difficult to understand a generation when all it took was love to pick up on the great Beatles song and the rock and roll princess. But over the several days since Diana was killed, even those people here and around the world who at first were stunned by the reaction and uncertain about the reaction have come to understand that what is being seen here has enormous meaning in many ways about celebrity, about monarchy in the 20th and eve of the 21st century, and certainly about the press and about television. There are people here, as there are at home, who believe that our participation in this and the extent to which we have covered it has simply given it a renewed adrenaline at almost every minute. But in London today, this tradition of modern and traditional is inescapably real. Aaron Brown. Let us go to the front of the west door of Westminster Abbey now, because Diana's coffin has arrived, and here in the tight confines in the shadow of St. Margaret's Church, to the left of the Abbey there is absolute silence. Minutes after 11 on Saturday morning, on the balconies of the Grace and Favourite Apartments, the government buildings here People stand absolutely silent, almost all of them in dark clothes, as the gun carriage draws very gently to a halt in front of the west door. From the Welsh Guards. She is the Princess of Wales. This regiment of foot guards, raised in 1915 by the order of His Majesty King George V, so that Wales would be included in the national complement of the regiments of foot guards identified with the countries and the various counties of the United Kingdom. Only 2 days after they were formed that they mounted a guard at Buckingham Palace, St. David's Day in Wales. And now these men who most recently have seen service in Northern Ireland and the Falklands and ceremonial duty in Hong Kong will carry this most beloved, controversial, talented and tortured princess into the great nave of Westminster Abbey. Here, the Queen Mother, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, Diana's family, her mother, her stepmother, her two sisters, her brother, her friends, from, it is fair to say, all walks of life, the royal and the common, the celebrated and the underprivileged. Those are the muffled bells of Westminster itself. service will be conducted by the Very Reverend Wesley Carr, who is the Dean of Westminster. He's been the Dean only since last February. It's the biggest thing, he says, I have ever done. But it is, he points out, a rare opportunity for the Abbey to bring together the pageantry, the royal history, and the common touch. In the ceremony, we will not see members of the royal family or members of the Spencer family at their request. Just to repeat that members of the royal family will not be seen during this ceremony, and nor, I suspect, will members of the Spencer family, other than the manner in which they may participate in the service, namely Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh there placing a wreath. And now the boys and Prince Charles placing a wreath. It is intended to be a service which would have pleased Diana, much discussed by her brother, her two sisters, and the royal family, and the government. The Prime Minister will participate.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey.
The Dean of Westminster.
Thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
Many of you may recognize this first hymn. It was sung at Diana's wedding to Prince Charles. I vow to thee, my country. Prince William had asked for that hymn because it was his mother's favorite. The first reading by Lady Sarah McCorkadale, Diana's eldest sister.
And leave you here a while. Be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
And now the BBC Singers by Lynn Dawson. Diana's favorite from Giuseppe Verdi. by Lady Jane Fellows, Diana's older sister.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
Now the lesson will be read by the Right Honorable Tony Blair, the Prime Minister.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself. is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Prime Minister Tony Blair. And now, Elton John. Candle in the Wind, written with words on this occasion for her.
Rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile, this torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you've brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. the country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Outside Westminster Abbey, applause. Inside, a tribute to Diana from her brother, Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The Princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who work for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore.
Amen.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
and with the stunning Alleluia by the British composer, the living British composer, John Tavener, this funeral service for Diana, the Princess of Wales, comes to an end. And now, with the enthusiastic support of the nation, there will be throughout the nation a minute's silence. The Dean of Westminster has said it for so many people. We were swept up in the emotion of it all. It's been very difficult for so many people this week to imagine Diana as actually having died, because all week we have seen scene upon scene, picture upon picture, circumstance upon circumstance of her life. But now her funeral at Westminster Abbey is over, and she goes now in this hearse 80 miles from here to Althorpe, or Althorpe as some people call it, where she will be interred on her family's property. She will go in this car along something of a reverse route, as she has just come on a gun carriage. And as she goes, you can hear the people applauding. Around Westminster Abbey, it is silent, save for the bells. Passing the National War Memorial in Whitehall, honoring Britain's dead from too many wars. She is headed to the county of Northamptonshire and a private burial with her family there. ABC's Jim Wooten has been there for the morning and is waiting for this hearse to arrive. Jim, if you can hear me, what has it been like there this morning?
Well, there aren't a great many people gathered as of yet, because it will be several hours before the hearse and the procession arrives here in Northamptonshire, in this village called Harlestone. It's a tiny place. It oozes with old England. And along the roadway, although there are several people gathered here, families with their children, one woman was singing by herself the hymn, the closing hymn. At the gates to Althorpe House, and here in this village, they do pronounce it Althorpe, there are a couple of hundred people gathered, and along the way, perhaps a couple of hundred more. This is the closest point that cameras will be allowed by the police, who are politely but firmly refusing entrance, thereby honoring the wishes of Diana's family.
Thank you, Jim. We'll come back to you. And at Westminster Abbey, the Dean of Westminster, the Archbishop of Canterbury, who participated, say goodbye to the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, who are in the first instance returning to Buckingham Palace, and may, we do not know, ultimately return to Balmoral in Scotland, though one suspects that their traditional summer vacation is certainly over. And then from this church with its muffled bells will come the curious and the devoted again, as the famous and the royal and the rich and the not famous but the caring and connected to Diana leave Westminster Abbey. 2,000 people participating in yet another historic occasion here. It oozes into the walls as so much before it has. While this simple hearse with no police escort as of yet retraces the step up Constitution Hill, round the Victoria Monument, back towards Hyde Park Corner, often called Speaker's Corner at the top end, where people so freely and openly express their political views, and then out across the West End and on to Northamptonshire. Aaron Brown is on the route. Aaron?
Peter, the scene here at Hyde Park is one of the most extraordinary things we've ever seen. People have moved back towards the route where the hearse will come. They have come from watching the funeral service on these giant TV screens. The police estimate 1 million people, perhaps a little bit less than that. But what a scene it was. Dead silence at points. Certainly thunderous applause when Elton John finished his song. Thunderous applause at other points. And I must tell you, Peter, from the moment I got here Sunday at Kensington Palace, to the children I talked to on Tuesday, to the 6 hours I spent at St. James with people on Thursday, again and again people said to us, we need to say goodbye to her. Well, I suggest to you that at Hyde Park today on those giant TV screens, they not only said goodbye, but for the first time, they really understood what goodbye meant, that this goodbye was final and forever.
We had exactly the same feeling here, I think, that with this service, one acknowledges what has not been widely acknowledged, that Diana is indeed dead. Have people around you been satisfied with the tone of the service? There was such an attempt to make it everything she'd wanted.
Yes, I think they were quite satisfied. I think they were, the Elton John song seemed so exactly right that one wonders now about the debate over that, what now seems so long ago, but was only a couple of days ago. And I think they found Princess Diana's brother's eulogy to be not just moving, but quite courageous, saying so many things that they were feeling too, and perhaps things that they didn't expect to hear today. I would suggest that, yes, it was a quite satisfying, if sorrowful, experience.
Well, as the hearse moves further along now on the Mall, I think, let us move further along to Cynthia McFadden and get some reaction from you, Cynthia.
Well, Peter, the unofficial police estimate are just in the square outside Buckingham Palace where I am standing, there are 100,000 people gathered. They stayed here during this service. It wasn't expected that there would be loudspeakers here as well, but there were. These people heard the service. Of course, they didn't see it on television. Let me give you a few snapshots, Peter. The police who have been shepherding the crowd, a wonderful relationship with the crowd. Several members of the police corps came into the crowd taking small children who had flowers and took them up to the gates of Buckingham so that they could place them there. Several of the children curtsied as they placed the flowers there. People listened with their eyes closed for the most part to the service, especially those in the first 5 or 10 rows to the street, crying. The Queen is arriving, Peter. She's coming within eyesight. She's about 50 yards from where we are standing now. The crowd applauding. You can see them now, I think. Here they come. This is the hearse itself coming by. I don't know if you can hear the applause.
We can.
Queen's gone. The Queen's already inside. The Queen has re-entered the palace, and Peter, you will note that the Union Jack is still flying at half-mast over the palace. Peter, something I hadn't noted earlier, many of those in the crowd are wearing black ribbons to commemorate the princess's passing. Of course, no airplanes flew overhead during much of this service. It was absolutely still here outside Buckingham Palace. Many of those in the crowd, Peter, were saying that they were here and they wanted it known that they were here for the young princes, that they wanted to show by their presence their love of the young princesses, and that the nation was behind them.
There will be, as both Aaron Brown and Cynthia have pointed out, considerable discussion about what the Earl, or what Earl Spencer said. But picking up on Cynthia there, he said of Harry and William that she, Diana, would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, he said, on your behalf. We will not allow them, the two boys, to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, he went on to say, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative, loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. Underneath the bells here, and I think, Andrew Morton, you may have to speak up a little more than usual. Pick up on that if you would. Or just before you do, another connection around the world to Sarajevo in Bosnia. Diana, of course, so deeply interested in the campaign to rid the world of landmines. And there is a home in Sarajevo, in fact, the home of Mirjeta Gamboric, a 15-year-old girl, landmine victim, who the princess had met during her most recent trip to Bosnia. Back to you, Andrew Morton, and then perhaps others, in fact, indeed others, on this remarks by Earl Spencer.
I think Earl Spencer's remarks were quite remarkable insofar as they summed up the mood of the nation. They summed up the fact that there's a hostility towards the media, who many people believed conspired to kill her. At the same time, there's a mood of hostility towards the royal family for this sense of ousting her from their midst and driving her away. And the very fact that he's making clear that the old ways, the royal ways, will not be for William and Harry is a signal very much for the future, very much that the royal family have got it wrong, very much that the press, the media, the TV have to get their houses in order for Prince William and Prince Harry to survive the next century.
He said at one point that she, Diana, needed no royal title to go on and continue to dispense her magic. That was, I thought, at least, also a shot at the family.
Very much so, and I noticed that outside Westminster Abbey there was spontaneous applause, and spontaneous applause all around from the screens. And there is this duality, the sense that the royal family have let down Diana, also a sense that Diana, the woman who the camera fell in love with, was eventually loved to death by the camera.
Barbara, some first thoughts on the ceremony from you?
Well, I think of what a friend told us yesterday, one of her very close friends. She said, I can hear Diana's voice. She was talking about the chapel, and she said she would never have believed all the flowers. She would never have believed that she was this loved. And when you see that hearse go by with the coffin and the flowers, so simple, the lilies and the roses placed by her two sons and by her brother, the simplicity of it and the love, because these were the people closest to her in her life. They don't know yet what they're going to do with these thousands and thousands of bouquets and notes that have been written. The Spencer family and Prince Charles and the sons will decide what happens with those notes. But one more thing, on the subject, what you talked about, Andrew, of the and what Earl Spencer talked about the press. I talked to an aide to the Prime Minister this morning, and who said that the tabloid editors here are very worried, that they know that they must totally change what they have been doing, and they don't know how to do it, and it will be an enormous change, and it's about time, probably. I understand that there will be no change in laws, and that the Prime Minister will shortly speak about that, but there will be talk about a new responsibility.
Well, the hearse has now picked up a police escort. In fact, the editors of the tabloids had originally been invited to come to this funeral today, because many of the editors had in fact had a fairly good relationship with Diana, but at the request of Earl Spencer, who himself has a very bad relationship with the popular press, they were disinvited and all gracefully retired. But Barbara, you and Andrew both pick on something which is impossible to miss, which is young Earl Spencer's talk. So let me go next to Anthony Holden, biographer, journalist in your day, Tony Holden. Still write a column for one of the popular newspapers. What was your take on what he had to say?
Well, Peter, I agree very much with Andrew. It was a remarkably outspoken address. He began the week very outspokenly saying that newspaper editors had blood on their hands, and he's ended it equally so. I personally was pleased that he did not merely attack the media. I thought what he said about the media was fair enough, although those of us in it feel it's just some sections that should take the rap, not the entire lot. But I personally was very glad he did, in a very clever and delicate way, also make one or two sharp points about the royal family and what we were talking about a bit earlier, their treatment of Diana a year ago, the way they took her title away. He said she didn't need a title to be who she was, and so on, and pledging those in what he very specifically called the blood family, pledging to bring Harry and William up, to continue to do so in the way that she would have wanted as much as the way the royals would have wanted. I think the whole nation needed to hear that. All the concern and all the feeling today is directed at those young men.
And the fact, as you point out, and Andrew Morton pointed out to me at the time, concentrating to some extent on her personality too, her insecurity, her deep insecurity, with which people here are particularly familiar. Sarah Bradford, I'm struck momentarily again by the fact that you wrote a biography of the Queen, who's lived in such a different age than Diana. What did you think about Earl Spencer?
Well, I thought it was extraordinarily courageous and honest speech, and I thought that he conveyed the personality of his sister and the reason why she appealed to the whole world in the way that she did extremely well. And it was a very untraditional, really modern speech, spoken straight from the heart, and I think that that moved everybody. I certainly take his point about the HRH decision, which I thought at the time was petty and unnecessary. Also, obviously, there's the media question. All I would say is that I do hope that after this moving farewell to this extraordinary woman, we can perhaps feel a little less bitter. We can find in our hearts to forgive. And I just hope that that's going to be the message of this ceremony.
Sarah Bradford, let me ask you this. We have heard all week, and again today, how much resentment there has been about Diana losing the title Her Royal Highness. Her brother says she needed no royal title to go on communicating her magic. What was the royal family or the royal establishment's view of her losing that title or taking it away from her?
Well, I think they were abiding by the spirit of the law. Once you were divorced, you're no longer a member of the royal family. But then they did muddy the waters by saying that she would be considered as a member of the royal family. So, as far as I'm concerned, you can't have it both ways, and I thought it was a mistake. And I think that all this ceremony today, draping the coffin with the royal standard, and the Queen's speech last night, is a very large effort to make amends for what was, in fact, a petty mistake.
When you wrote your biography of the Queen, you wrote, among other things, about the rumors that Prince Philip had reported infidelities during their marriage. We now live in an age when that is just so much more acceptable than it was in the early years of the Queen's reign. How do you think it's going to be now in the wake of Diana's death?
Well, I think we live in an age in which divorce is acceptable, but infidelity isn't necessarily. People don't mind perhaps if you marry several times, but they do mind if you cheat on your partner while you're still together. And I think that is a feature of the modern age. I don't think that we live anymore in the turn a blind eye, stiff upper lip era, which in the days when people believed in marriages lasting forever, you had to.
Now, Andrew Morton, I've asked you a couple of times, or at least you've noted a couple of times, the spontaneous response. Do you also think this was a healing funeral? Here you have both families together. Are we focused too much on Spencer, or is that what we'll remember?
I think we'll remember the Elton John song. I think the applause there and the tears there were genuine, the grief there was genuine. I think that we are seeing two eras here, two almost value systems. We have an old order, the kind of people that the royal family represent. They're the people who won the war. We were talking about that earlier. Then we have a modern generation, a generation that many women can understand and relate to, who show their feelings, who are far more modern about things. And so we've seen in this extraordinary service today a very profound sense of what Britain is today, how Britain is moving forward. An old era is passing, a new era is beginning. And the expression of grief is because the standard bearer of that new era was the Princess of Wales, Diana Spencer. And she is now passed, but the new era will continue.
You were very close to her. Do you now feel it's over?
I think that it will continue, and I think that many lessons will be learned. And I think that the new era is inevitable, because really the world has changed. The royal family haven't changed. Diana showed that. She was a symbol of that new value system that we now cleave to. But there's no turning back the clock, and I think the royal family recognise that.
Well, that's a good question, because Barbara, you've been talking to some members of the inner circle over the last several days. Do you think that the royal family itself, or do you pick up that the family itself senses a need to be somehow different?
Oh, I think that they must, and certainly Prince Charles, ever since the accident, and it's hard to believe it's just 1 week, has certainly tried to change things, has talked to his mother, convinced her to make the speech that she made yesterday, and to come and be with the people. But you know, when Andrew was talking, it is the old and the new. One of the reasons that Prince Charles married Princess Diana was that she was so innocent. She was 19 years old, she was a virgin. It was very important that the heir to the throne marry a virgin. Had he been able to marry someone who perhaps was a little more sophisticated, a little more like him, maybe the marriage would have lasted. Had she been able to accept the fact, as other royalty had in the past, that the man she married was going to be king and could also be unfaithful, and the marriage would continue, the marriage then would have lasted. There have been all of these conflicts of the old and the new, and it will be interesting to see what happens when young Prince William grows up, how much tradition will be a part of it, and how much he will be able to follow his own heart and wishes and the modern life.
Barbara, you and I from the former colonies will matter a good deal less than what they think on these islands, and so let's go to Canada Gate outside Buckingham Palace, because Cynthia McFadden is talking to some of the people there. Cynthia.
Peter, of course, thousands of people thronging outside Buckingham Palace. Mr. Charlie Poland is here with me. Let me show you a picture of him first that he has brought here to Buckingham Palace today. Mr. Poland, photographed in 1993, was it?
That's right, yeah.
With
and
the Princess of
4th of
Wales.
May, yeah, and she opened up an Epic Centre down at Labrador, which is an elderly people's integrated care system place down there.
Why did you come here today, Mr. Poland?
Well, I was here when they had the wedding, and I thought it was the most beautiful wedding I ever see in my life, and I didn't think it'd end like it did, right? But I thought I must come up here today to see the passing of Princess Diana.
Were you angry with the Queen and the royal family's behavior up until now, or?
Well, I didn't used to bother too much about it, you know, but when Charlie got onto the television and spoke his piece to one of the presenters on the television, he opened his mouth and he spoke it for himself. Right? And I feel that not only him, I think it's the people that knew what was going on with him and Camilla, that they didn't speak up before they went to wedding. And I put it down to the church people should have stepped in and stopped the marriage, or wouldn't let it carry on, because they knew it was going on with Charles and Camilla. And I think that Princess Diana was ill-advised, really, but she was an innocent girl. She didn't know, you see.
Can you forgive the royal family, Mr. Poland?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to, really. I'll have to, because they're the end of the country at the moment, and I'm down there and looking at a wonderful place called Buckingham Palace.
Thank you, Mr. Poland. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Well, to be fair for people at home, Mr. Cohen is talking about a very famous interview that Prince Charles gave to Jonathan Dimbleby, in which there are two of them, two famous television interviews. One is Charles and one is Diana's. Charles came first. He said to Jonathan Dimbleby, revealed himself a great deal about his marriage, and did indeed admit on television that he had been unfaithful to his wife. Then Diana came along sometime later, and she admitted that she had been unfaithful to her husband on television. Andrew Morton, who was at this time you were writing the story of Diana's life from the absolute inside. I remember it, you know, once removed in the United States, we felt that you and we were living through this astonishing soap opera.
Well, yes, I mean, in many respects, Diana is an icon for the modern age. During the 1980s, when she first came into the royal family, she was seen as the dutiful mother, the dutiful wife, and she played second fiddle to her husband. And the 1980s, remember, was more of an era of go-getting, of me first kind of an age. Come the 1990s, she actually reveals herself. She reveals her vulnerability through the pages of Diana, her true story. And we see a different kind of a woman, reflecting a different kind of era. We've seen, to widen it out, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of communism in Eastern Europe, and the world is a more hopeful place. Diana represented in some curious way the alchemy between individuals and events. Diana was our hope for the future, which is why our reaction is so intense.
Let's go back. Well, another reason it's so intense, of course, is that so many people met Diana. So many people who met the royal family in general have never forgotten that moment when they met some member of the royal family, whether it was the best or the least. You never forget it. Let's go back to Hyde Park and Aaron Brown.
Peter, we're with a number of people who watched the funeral on the giant screens here. Caroline, was it a satisfying experience for you?
It was very comforting.
Was there a part of it in particular that stands out?
I think Elton John's song summed it up for all of us.
You're doing fine. I can see your lip quivering a bit.
Very emotional.
It was a highly emotional experience, wasn't it? Was it for you also?
Yeah, very much so. Particularly the speech made by Diana's brother.
Was there a part of the speech that Diana's brother made that seemed to resonate in particular to you?
Yeah, there was. I can't remember the words now, but I was very moved by it.
There was in that speech, it was quite complex because there was some anger directed at the family, at the royal family, it seemed to me, at the media. Was it the kind of thing that you wanted him to say?
They are the kind of things that are so moving because it's from, I mean, there's so many people here who have never met her, and to hear those things from someone so close to her is important to hear.
Just one more question before I move on here. Does it help bring a closure, a sense now that we go on, we go forward? Caroline?
We've been able to pay our last respects, and that is what we wanted to come here to do today.
And does it seem more real to you now? Is it certain to you now?
Yes, it's final. It's happened. And although Princess Diana has gone now, I think through the things that she has done, we will be able to continue with the goodness that she's done, and the people will never forget her.
I know you're glad you came. It's been hard, though, hasn't it?
It has.
Just briefly, one more. Is it John?
Yes.
John, I'm sorry. John's an American who lives in Amsterdam. Tell me why you came over.
We came because I think Princess Diana is a world figure, and we've all in the world been touched by her, and we wanted to pay our respects and be with other people and share in the misery and being upset about losing such a wonderful person in the world. And we didn't feel that staying at home would have done it.
Thank you. Thank all of you for coming up. I know it's a difficult time. Peter?
Thanks, Aaron. That young American has come over from Amsterdam wearing a ribbon, which we're familiar in the United States, of course. The original one was red, worn on behalf of people with AIDS. This is a black ribbon, which has been handed out in many parts of London today. And it's a little unclear whether it has been to honor Diana or whether to honor Diana's work for AIDS, or whether it's to honor Diana in general and the work she has done for so many charities. But there's been a very clear emphasis here today in making so much of the good and open and outgoing and committed parts of her life to include all the charities to which she has stayed, particularly those she stayed close to after her divorce. Now, this hearse is not wandering aimlessly through the streets of London, having had this quite magnificent funeral at Westminster Abbey. Diana's body is now on its way to the Spencer family home in the county of Northamptonshire. The flowers along the road, put there. We said earlier today, if you hadn't joined us, that there is something of a genuine flower shortage in Britain, and you can see people throwing flowers out in the direction of the hearse. Everybody in this country this week, you've seen every second, every third person seems to have had a small handful of posies or tulips or whatever they could get their hands on in order to express their connection to Diana. And it has spread this emotion throughout the country, been spread by the media, been spread by word of mouth, been there in people's hearts without question. But here you see people having, as Aaron Brown found with one copy, an opportunity to say a last goodbye. Barbara?
Peter, there are 6 charities in particular that the princess stayed with after her divorce when she cut down her list. And one of the major ones is Great Ormond Street Hospital, which cares for sick children, and they're now talking about changing the name after Diana. There are cities, I understand, around the world which are going to change the names. The other charities are the National AIDS Trust, one that works with homeless, the Leprosy Mission, the English National Ballet. Princess Diana, I understand, and Andrew Morton, you would know most, when she was very young, said, I either want to be a ballet dancer or be married to the Prince of Wales. And then there is a hospital that cares for cancer sufferers. There has also been set up a memorial fund now. As a matter of fact, Elton John left or is leaving Westminster Abbey to go immediately to a recording studio and to record a new single of that song that he just did for Princess Diana, and all of the money from that will go to this memorial fund. There have been hundreds and hundreds of lines already opened so that people can send donations which will go to the major charities of Princess Diana. And the father of Dode Al-Fayed, who was, this week there was supposed to have been a big auction in New York of the clothes and all of the artifacts of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, another couple in history that will go down.
The contents of their house in Paris.
That's right. He owned their house, owns their house in Paris, and he was stripping it, and he was going to put everything up at auction. He still lives there on the top floors. Well, now he has announced that instead of giving all of this to what was going to be his favorite charities, everything from the auction, which has been postponed and which will go on, I guess, I'm sure at a later date, all of the proceeds from that are going to go to her memorial fund.
Crowds are remarkable, we're told. Everywhere they go, you can see where flowers have caught on the top of the hearse and on the bonnet of the hearse. Just in case you're joining us, you have missed the funeral for Diana, the Princess of Wales, at Westminster Abbey, but if you stay with us, we will play large portions of it before the morning is over. So if you're getting up as the time zones move into the west, you will have a chance to share and participate in what has been a remarkable morning here in London. Barbara Walters has just been talking about people's participation in a financial way. People are selling newspapers this week, promising to give a portion of the profits of memorial issues to the Princess's Trust. There's an enormous question as to who's going to administer it, but it's been very, very spontaneous giving so far, as this crowd has been so spontaneous. Mohammed Al-Fayed, one of Britain's most controversial characters, not British himself but Egyptian, offered the other day £5 million because he had heard there was going to be a hospital built in her name. It will be one way of measuring her the endurance or the enduring quotient of her legacy, Andrew, as to whether or not this thing keeps rolling. But as you look at the streets there today, I know you keep nudging me, and I know you're a friend, and you're a friend of court, so to speak, or of the Diana court. It's still quite stunning how spontaneous it's been.
I'm just staggered at the spontaneity of it. This is, I think, one of the features of this whole week, the spontaneous eruption of grief, of emotion, of outpouring of grief for Diana. And then after that, the spontaneous idea to have a memorial. And then the gentleman you've just been interviewing, the young man with the black ribbon on his lapel. That, again, is a sign, a spontaneous outpouring of emotion for Diana. Again, we see these flowers being thrown at the cortege. The spontaneous applause in Westminster Abbey after Earl Spencer gave his address. I've never seen that at any royal occasion ever, and least of all. It's very rare as a funeral that anybody ever applauds. It's wholly un-British.
Anthony Holden, your reaction to what you're seeing?
I think there's a lot of different things going on at once, Peter, and we've all been groping all week to define quite what it is. One thing that strikes me watching these pictures and having moved among the crowds all week is that Diana, in her curious way, was quite an anti-establishment figure. And many of the people who've turned out on the streets for her are people who perhaps belong to the minorities of British life, perhaps the people who feel marginalized, not looked after by the government, not looked after by the royal family, and they have a sense that Diana was very much their patron and they've lost that. And the bulk of the people are behind them. And there's been a bit of a sea change going on here, as well as a very personal demonstration for Diana as a private and a public person. There's a bit of a feeling that maybe we're moving out of that era when this country was run by those invisible toffs in tweeds who shoot grouse at weekends and don't run for elective office. You know that from your time here. Mr. Blair is a part of that feeling too. I have a very strong sense that you hook up this week with that week in May when New Labour got elected, and you find a different Britain that's finally, at last, leaving behind the Britain of empire. We haven't had an empire for 50 years, and moving forward into the 21st century as the Britain of Europe. And Diana will play a big part in that process, in death as in life.
Thank you, Tony. Don't go away. And perhaps the disappearance of Hong Kong this spring helped as well. But one thing that's helpful for Americans to understand, if you use Diana's own words on her behalf, she was not anti-royalty. After all, it is her son, William, who will become heir to the throne after her father. And in the famous interview in which she was very much cast as being anti the royal establishment, anti the mandarins, anti those members of the royal establishment who wished to curtail her activities, anti those who would not let her be as free as she allegedly wanted to be, she insisted that she was a deep believer in the royal family. And wherever the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, and Prince Edward and Prince Andrew, Charles' brothers, show up in the last couple of days, they have been welcomed, been greeted with affection, though, as everybody has made clear, in this week, nothing like the spontaneous outpouring that you see along this route for Diana. Cynthia McFadden.
Peter Jennings, I have a group of people here anxious to tell us why they came. A man who met Princess Diana when she came to visit him in a homeless shelter is here standing with me. What was your reaction to the funeral today, sir?
I thought that Diana should have had a lot more. She was respected by everybody, and she's a people's people. My own thoughts on it, the service was very good. And I've been building up since Sunday, since I heard about the death. I couldn't believe it, because I was in the shelter, and I got up in the morning, went down to get a cup of tea, and one of the workers says, "Diana's dead." I just looked at him, "Stop joking, it's not true." And then someone else came up and said, "Princess Diana's dead."
What will you remember about having met her? What will you remember her for?
She was straightforward. When she walked into the shelter, she turned around, she says, "Tonight I'm not a princess. My sons are not the two princes." She says, "I'm Diana. This is William, and this is Harry." And they'll always remain in my memories, because when they were sat playing cards and that, and chess, and Diana says to me, "Always remember one thing. You never look up, you never look down, you look straight ahead." And at that time, I was a very heavy drinker. And
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter, we've lost our IFB contact with you, so I'll turn it back to you. Oh, and it's come back, miraculously. Peter, do you want to hear from a couple of Americans or while we're here?
Of course.
Okay. A group of Americans here, some from Miami, from Colorado, from Dallas over here. Why did you come here? Why did you want to be here?
Well, I wanted to be here to pay respect, of course, to the princess. We were the same age, and it's really a privilege to be here and to share this with the English people.
Sir?
To pay my respects to the princess, and we're about the same age, and I have two sons, and my heart goes out to Prince Harry and Prince Williams.
Sir, you're from Miami?
No, I'm from Colorado Springs. Yes, I just wanted to say one thing, that I think even God's going to shed a tear here today. If you look up at the clouds, you'll see that.
You're living now in Europe, but you're an American.
Yes, my husband's stationed at RAF Lakenheath, and I just need to come down for some closure because it was just so difficult to believe that this had happened.
Were you impressed with the way the English people, the way in which the crowds have responded today? I'm sure we've all been lots of crowds before. I've never experienced anything like it.
Yes, very impressed. Of course, there was a tremendous amount of respect, especially during the service. I was standing over on the other side, and hardly anybody said anything during the whole event.
You're from Texas?
Yes, Dallas.
And why did you come today, sir?
I couldn't think of any place else I'd rather be. Completely awestruck with the respect that the English people gave towards her, and my deepest regrets to the family.
Did you feel that the service was meaningful, was moving? I mean, did you?
Yeah, I'm about ready to cry right now. Yes.
Thank you all. Peter, a group of people came from Manchester, England down today, and they watched with us actually on our monitors. Of course, no one able to see the service here, weeping through the service. You came down from Manchester today. Tell me your reaction to the service.
Absolutely amazing. Really emotional, touching, and I think it was a funeral fit for a queen.
We're here today.
Oh, yeah, optimistic the world.
Ma'am?
I thought it was very supportive. The crowd was very supportive to each other. We all valued the princess, and she'll be greatly missed.
Well, Peter, from here, there are thousands of people still milling around Buckingham Palace. People seem not to know quite where they're supposed to go now, what they're supposed to do now that the service is over. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. They do not, of course, have to go anywhere. It remains a very pleasant day in London, as that American gentleman pointed out, hardly threatened by the clouds at all, warm. Stay in Hyde Park, stay at Buckingham Palace. Barbara, tell us who's going to Althorp. The hearse is reaching the outskirts of town, but it's got 80 miles to go. Who will go up?
Well, the whole Spencer family is going, and the actual interment will be private. Prince Charles and William and Harry are going up there by train. The palace won't give the details because the interment is private. The Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh are going back to Balmoral, and the Prime Minister is going to join them this weekend, which is traditional. This was always the weekend that the Prime Minister visited the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, and early he would have gone yesterday. So they are going back to what really is the family home. You know, Peter, there was all this conversation and controversy, we keep using that word, about why did they stay in Balmoral, why didn't they come back to Buckingham Palace? But that really is their home, and that is where they decided that Prince Harry and Prince William would be the most comfortable, the most happy during this really hideous week for them. Now the Queen goes back there, Charles and the princes go to Althorp, and then back to Balmoral.
The Balmoral, which is, as Barbara points out, is the summer residence of the Scottish residence of the royal family, was also, the Queen said in her speech yesterday, a place where she, as the grandmother, not the Queen, but as the grandmother, felt they could secure Harry and Prince William best at a time of terrible trauma. And yet there was this persistent demand by the public and heavens knows by the media for Prince Charles and the two boys to make an appearance. And when they did yesterday come down to London, things began to change. There's the hearse on its way to the Spencer Chapel at the St. Mary the Virgin Church at Althorp, some say, or Althorp, some locals say. connection for us in the United States because it includes up there, and we have some lovely pictures of the estate. I'm not sure if you can see them now. The tomb of Lawrence Washington, who was the great-great-great-grandfather of George Washington, who was buried up there in 1616. And some of us either remember or have recently been told again that the Spencers were, of course, cousins of the Washington family. It's quite a stunning estate. Diana is going to be buried on a little island in this small lake, the Lady of the Lake, as somebody has already managed to point out in Camelot fashion. And Earl Spencer, speaking for the family, says that it will be open for some period of time every year so that people can come and pay their respects. There's real concern that this little part of Northamptonshire will become as Graceland became for Elvis Presley. And the Spencers are quite determined to do what they can to guard what privacy they have left. Once again, Elton John. Candle in the Wind, written with words on this occasion for her.
Rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you've brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from the country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
flag, the Union Jack, the Union flag at half-mast over Buckingham Palace. We are going to continue our coverage of this most unusual day. There will be an opportunity for those of you just getting up in the country to share in some of the moments earlier in the day, including the funeral service for Diana at Westminster Abbey. So I hope you'll stay with us. I'm Peter Jennings in London, and we will be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales' The Final Farewell will continue after this from our ABC stations. This is ABC News continuing coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales. Now reporting from London, Peter Jennings.
Those are the bells of Westminster Abbey, and they will continue to ring, we suspect, until the last person has left this great abbey, this 1,000-year-old edifice, which is so central to British life, and which has today been so central to British life as the scene of the funeral for Diana, the Princess of Wales, or as some woman along the way said so eloquently just a few moments ago, a funeral fit for a queen. It was a both simple and eloquent, popular and traditional ceremony. We'll show considerable portions of it to you again a short period from now, and we'll talk to several people who have been in the Abbey itself, one of whom is Mary Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you've become rather more famous perhaps than you'd ever imagined you would be, because as I think many people at home now we've all done earlier reports about you. Diana was nanny to your child before she married Prince Charles, and you've been a small part of her life for some time. When you were invited to come to the funeral today, or you just had to be here?
No, I couldn't get here without an invitation. We got a phone call Wednesday afternoon from a nice young man in the Lord Chamberlain's office. We did not expect to be invited, and I was the only one who could come on short notice. But I strongly felt, since we had been there at the beginning and had attended the wedding, it was very important to me to be here at the end.
Just remind me the name of your son was...
Is Patrick.
Is Patrick, and he was about 5 years old when you and your husband... He was one when you and your husband were living in London, and you were looking for a nanny, and Diana came along, and you stayed in touch all those years, yes, when she came to the States included.
Yes. It's remarkable. I mean, it shows such a wonderful human, kind side of her.
Tell us what she was like, because I understand that at first you didn't know that she was Lady Diana, and that she was in your employ as a nanny when she began to see Prince Charles. What was that like? What did she say?
We did not know who she was until midway through the summer, and when I discovered by accident who she was, she just shrugged and said, "Oh, that." And the remarkable thing is the relationship never changed. I mean, it hasn't through the years. She came back from Balmoral one week and reported for work. I did not know where she had been, and announced to me that there would be reporters and photographers at the end of the street when I left for work. Explained why they were looking for her, And it was very cute saying that she, though, did not imagine that Charles would pay much attention to her since he was 31 and she was only 19. She did not have high hopes at all at the start.
Tell us what it was like inside the Abbey today.
I'm still almost quivering. It was so moving. It was tremendously sad. You could have heard a pin drop. As the royal family started to come in, there was just complete silence. You could hear people sniffling and watch them wiping tears away.
Was there a particular part of the ceremony that meant a great deal to you?
Two things. One was listening to the tread of the soldiers' boots as they carried the casket in. It was just, you know, you couldn't see it as they walked it up, but just hearing that steady, somber tread was just chilling, really. And I think the spontaneous applause from outside after Elton John sang his song, and then after that wonderful tribute that her brother did, because that was so spontaneous, and it was from, you know, her audience, just normal people.
Well, thank you very much for joining us briefly, having climbed up these stairs, and I hope you're glad you came all the way.
Yes, very glad.
Travel safe home.
Thank you.
Many thanks. Mary Robertson will continue our coverage of Diana's funeral and this day of celebration of her life when we continue from London in just a moment.
Sunday, a special edition of This Week, Princess Diana's funeral, its worldwide effects, and the latest from Paris. Cokie Roberts reports from London, Sunday.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
It is a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a sunny London day, but we are very conscious of the fact that it's only 8 o'clock in the morning in the Eastern time zone at home and a few minutes after 5 o'clock in California, and that is Westminster Abbey, the great edifice in which kings and queens have been crowned and from where they have been sent into eternity. It has been here for more than 1,000 years in more than one form or other. The great and the near great and the less great have been honored in here. And today it has been the scene of a funeral for Diana. And one of the things we want to do for those of you who live in the West primarily and who didn't get up early, though we noticed all around the world an enormous number of people getting up at very early hours of the morning, particularly young women, to share in this experience. But we're going to show you again some of the ceremony and some of the procession. You may recall that last night Diana's body was moved from St. James's Palace, very much in the heart of the West End, to Kensington Palace, where she had lived alone in Kensington Palace Gardens since her divorce from Charles. And then early this morning it was put on a gun carriage, draped in the Queen's standard, and began its way through the streets of London. The funeral procession is on the south side of the park, so it's passing to the south of what's called the Serpentine, a small lake in the middle. And it is a park which means so much to Britain as a whole, but certainly means something to the people of London, and so symbolic. Before long it will pass the Albert Memorial, for example, a tribute to Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. This city, this route, absolutely, totally replete with the images of empire and the vestiges, I mean that in the most positive sense, of royalty. One of the other people we're calling upon today to help us understand the meaning of all this is Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers who's agreed to perform today as an ABC News consultant. She's often known here as Viscountess Bangor. married to Count Bagger, her husband, but among other things, she wrote a biography of the Queen, and previously had written a book on the Queen's father, King George VI. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Peter.
As you watch this procession this morning, and as you try to gather your thoughts of the last week, we'll watch the procession and listen to you. Just tell us what you're thinking.
Well, just at the moment, I'm struck like everybody else, the silent crowds lining the route. And I suppose in British experience, the last occasion like this was the burial of that great hero, Winston Churchill, when the same silent crowds watched the body go past. But of course, there's more emotion now because we're talking about a young woman of 36 with all her life left in front of her.
How historic do you think this is in the history of the royal family?
Well, I think the whole Diana episode is absolutely historic. I think that the impact that she has had on the royal family and the impact she will have on the future development of the royal family has been enormous and should not be underestimated.
Sarah Bradford talks about the silence along the route. Just listen for a second. Sarah Bradford, how significant do you think it is that the Queen's standard is covering her coffin as it covered her coffin when it was brought back from Paris?
Well, I personally was very glad to see this because I think it symbolized the taking back of Diana into the royal family. And that was the beginning of what seems to be an emotional reconciliation in death.
So this you take as a unique gesture.
I think so. I think it was a very important gesture. After all, for most of the people here and around the world, this was the first time we saw Diana, or the vestiges of Diana, after her death. And the first thing that everybody saw was this amazing royal standard draping her coffin. And I think that had a great deal of impact.
Barbara?
It was Prince Charles's request that her coffin be covered with the royal standard. When he entered the plane bringing her body back from Paris, he called from the cockpit to make sure that there were flowers at that point covering her coffin. There were not, and he specifically ordered them. He has been involved, as I think you know, Peter, from the very beginning in the most intimate details for this funeral. And it is said and believed that it is Charles who convinced his mother, the Queen, to make the speech yesterday. It was Charles who decided that he and the boys should come here. It was Charles who asked his mother and father not to arrive by train, but to come by plane yesterday. And his relationship with Princess Diana at these last, since the divorce, which has only now been 1 year, his relationship is described as more than amiable as they tried to plan the future of their two sons. So if we can really say that he has been grief-stricken and has tried as much as possible to make this a ceremony that befits her.
We'll have a lot of opportunity today to talk about Prince Charles and his relationship with his son and his relationship. An excerpt from earlier today. It is now early afternoon in London, and we are joined by a world-famous guest without any question whatsoever, and a friend of Diana's for some period of time, the great designer Valentino. What was it like in the Abbey?
I think it was the most emotional day of my life. It was very, very beautiful to see people, the order, the perfection, the organization was really sensational. And when the coffin arrived, everybody was really in tears. So it was really very, very, very beautiful to see.
Princess Diana was the epitome of style for so many years, and I know you designed many of her clothes. You were a great personal friend. And one day this summer, just recently, Princess Diana and Dode Fayed were guests on your yacht. So few people have really been able to tell us what they were like. Can you share this with us?
This was exactly almost 2.5 weeks ago. I was with my boat in Saint-Tropez, just across the beaches of Saint-Tropez, and I saw the boat of Dodi, that I know very, very well. I met him a long time ago. And of course, I sent one of my crew, my sailor, to ask the commandant if they would love to come to have a drink. They came very, very fast. They had a drink and they left immediately because it was surrounded of little boat with paparazzi.
Could you tell at all what the relationship was? Were they cozy?
I didn't. I mean, I couldn't understand which kind of relationship was, but they seemed very, very, very happy, nice together, speaking to each other in a very nice way, and that's it. This was really for 15 minutes time, yeah.
Because the paparazzi, even then, were surrounding them so that they couldn't have a moment.
All around the boat was full of little tiny boat full of paparazzi, yes.
What was it that most moved you about the ceremony in the Abbey?
I have to tell you frankly, when the coffin arrived, following by the two young princes, the Princess of Wales' brother and Prince Charles.
And did you try to see how the royal family was reacting?
I watched very, very carefully because, as you know, all of us, we following since 1 week all the detail on television, and of course we watched really very carefully again the speech of the Queen yesterday, and today everybody was with the eyes on top of the royal family to see which the atmosphere was, but I think they were really very, very concerned about the sadness and the sadness of the ceremony, and I think they behaved perfectly royal in a very royal way.
You said when you were waiting here to go on that you were impressed by what Earl Spencer had said.
Yes, Earl Spencer did a fantastic speech, and I don't know, I have the impression, and with this terrible Princess Diana, that the monarchy is going to change. I don't know, I have this impression. I have this impression because she was so alive. She really instructed their sons to be different, to be more close to the crowd, to be more close to the people. And I think what English expect really now.
You know and have dressed the most beautiful women in the world, and Princess Diana had style. How would you describe it?
You know, I met her really at the beginning when she was married with Prince Charles, and of course I immediately realized that she was one of really the most beautiful girl in the world. Finally, after year by year, she became more sophisticated and more sure of herself, and she gave to us such a she was full of guts, full of elegance, and every designer was inspired by her. And I did have the chance and the honor to make several dresses for her. And to me, she remained one of the most beautiful, darling lady in the world. And I'm really very, very sad.
Valentino, thank you very much for taking the time after the ceremony to come and be with us here.
Thank you.
Designer Valentino. And as Valentino makes clear, we are all so familiar with how she looked in life. And here in London today, we return to Hyde Park to the earlier procession which brought her body from Kensington Palace Gardens here to Westminster Abbey. This is how it was for people here today. Constitution Arch, under which they have just come, another unique moment for people in these islands who watch such things carefully. It is normally only the monarch that passes under Constitution Arch. And they are now on the very edges now of Buckingham Palace. And we'll turn now southeast, if geography serves me correctly, and go down Constitution Hill. Here is Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair. He has played a very significant role in the country this week in a variety of ways. He was first the one who went out and referred to Diana at the beginning of the week as the People's Princess, making it clear in a great many minds here that the people could rally around her and should rally around her. In some respects, it could be argued he contributed to the division that was so clear this week between the people and the royal family. But on a couple of occasions, subsequently, he has been the first person to get out and defend the royal family for staying in seclusion at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, keeping the boys in seclusion, supporting the notion of the Queen, speaking to the people. Perhaps, this is speculation, informed speculation perhaps, having something to say about what the Queen said to the nation yesterday. But he is certainly the face of what is called New Labour in this country, very often compared to President Clinton. Been to Washington several times now to talk to the president and political campaigns in Britain, now very much more American than they have been in the past.
The Queen discussed her speech, actually, with the Prime Minister. There's Henry Kissinger. He is here with his wife. Princess Diana was very, very fond of him. They had a kind of, they used to gossip her. He described her as having a wicked sense of humor. He presented an award to her when she was in America last year, when she was at a charity for cerebral palsy, and they felt close to each other.
Richard Attenborough, the great actor who taught Diana how important it was to be a public speaker, and who writes in today's Times a very, very glowing article about their relationship. Andrew?
Well, more than that, he was the one who really encouraged her to become involved in the landmines campaign. Really, he saw her quite a lot at Kensington Palace, and he was the one who actually made a film about landmines, which finally changed her mind that it's something that she must do. Yeah. And it gave her this real new vitality and sense of direction. She owed a lot to him during her life, and
gave him a sense of new vitality, yes, too.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, going back to the Prime Minister, I spoke to one of his, I'll pause now and I'll come back and tell you this later.
Her Majesty, I think that's Prince Edward on her left, and I'm not sure if Andrew's there as well, but Her Majesty walking out through the front courtyard of Buckingham Palace. We'll try to tell you all who is there. Everybody will be here to the best of our knowledge.
The Queen is 71, Duke of Edinburgh is 76. There was some suggestion that in 2002, when she celebrates her 50th year of reigning here, that she would begin to turn some of her official duties over to Prince Charles.
We'll have to have a closer look to see, but the people who are expected are Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is one of the members of the royal family who works terribly hard and doesn't get as much credit as some others think she should.
Her son, Peter Phillips, has been very close to the two young princes. He's been with them all this weekend. He's 19 years old. He accompanied them on the plane. He was with them yesterday at Kensington Palace. Princess Anne's son is probably their closest relative near their age.
But the royal family has made it very clear that on this occasion they do not wish to be the focus of attention. You will notice, if you stay with us, that when the service begins in Westminster Abbey, there will be no pictures of the royal family inside the Abbey.
Or the Spencer family.
A reminder of how, to what length some of the tabloid newspapers here will go. The Royal National Institute for the Deaf made it very clear the day before yesterday that they would not provide lip readers to the tabloid press so that they could understand what the royal family was saying to themselves. Cynthia McFadden?
Happening apparently here at Buckingham Palace is the royal family has come out of the palace gates and is standing on the side where the cortege is momentarily to pass. It's our understanding that they are going to watch the cortege pass and then get into the cars and go to Westminster. As the royal family walked out of the gates, I don't know if you could hear it, I know you could see it, but there was applause throughout the crowd. The crowd has grown exponentially in the last hour. There There is no room for movement here now. The people simply packed one upon the other. And the royal family is simply standing outside the gates, waiting for the coffin of Diana to be rolled by.
In fairness to Her Majesty the Queen, it is the Queen who invented what is called the walkabout, at which Diana became so famous, and other members of the royal family have tried, with, in some cases, success and without success in others. But Her Majesty, who this week, that's Princess Margaret on her right, the Queen's sister, her own tragic figure for many years, who was, and behind her, Viscount Linley, or is that Lord Snowdon? That's David Viscount Linley behind her, who's the son of Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret was married to Lord Snowdon, a world-famous photographer, among other things, and David Viscount Linley, her son, who's 12th in order of succession to the throne, among other things, an accomplished furniture maker who not long ago had a show in the United States, and I do think that is Anne, the Princess Royal, just to the left of the Queen.
Also divorced and remarried, as is Princess Margaret, who you mentioned her rather tragic life. She was in love in the 50s with Group Captain Peter Townsend. Many of us remember this, and that affair was broken up because he had been divorced.
On the general theory that all of us in life like to know a little something about what goes on behind the scenes, Barbara, if you wouldn't mind showing me your back for a second, I can now show you what I'm able to remove from Barbara for the entire morning here. We have all been obliged to wear these bright yellow jackets. In fact, at one point, a fairly obstreperous policeman insisted we put it on in toto. This is part of the concern for security here at the Abbey. And as long as we were wearing one of those, we were deemed to be reasonably safe. The bells of Westminster Abbey go again, and we welcome Lord Peter Palumbo. Peter Palumbo, he introduced himself. Lord Palumbo, the former chairman of the Arts Council in Britain here, a very close member of, fair to say, Diana's inner circle, and helped to introduce her to the arts in a far broader way, advised her on many issues. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Would you tell us first what it was like in the Abbey for you?
Well, of course, very moving. It was beautifully done. I think the British have a way of doing these great state occasions particularly well. It was a service of which I think she would very much have approved. It might have made her even smile.
Certain moments certainly would have, I think,
moments, yes. It was a mixture of old and new, and it worked extremely well. It was very traditional on one hand, and then there was Elton on the other, who was marvellous, incidentally, as I'm sure you saw.
I think we were all struck here by the fact that Elton John, who'd been somewhat controversial earlier in the week, would he sing or would he not sing, seemed so absolutely seamless part of the whole thing.
Absolutely, he sang his heart out effortlessly, and he was quite wonderful, I thought.
Barbara?
I know that she first met Elton John at a big affair and danced the Charleston with her. But Lord Palumbo, I remember seeing you when you were in the news, because on the night of that now famous broadcast that Prince Charles did when he spoke of his infidelity, Princess Diana went to a big charity affair, and it was you who greeted her that night. That must have been a very difficult time. Share with us what that night was like.
Well, it was a difficult time for me. It must have been a difficult time for her, but of course she never showed it. She was in dazzling form. I've never seen her in better form. She was funny, as only she could be. She's a wonderful mimic, as you know. She convulsed not only herself but everybody else with laughter. You wouldn't have thought she had a care in the world, and whatever she might have been feeling underneath, she didn't show it at all. She was in tremendous form.
Lord Palumbo, you're an important character in this country, certainly in terms of the arts, at least. What is the significance of her death? And because you've been seen slightly to be on her side rather than on Prince Charles's side, what role does he now play? I have a broad question, but...
I think she was very important as far as the arts were concerned. The arts in this country are, as you know, enormously vibrant. She was particularly interested in music and dance. Those were her two great great loves. But she was wonderfully supportive to us at the Serpentine Gallery, of which I happen to be chairman. She made time for us. I don't say that she necessarily enjoyed some of the art we showed, because we are very much at the cutting edge of things, but she very much enjoyed meeting the artists, the young artists, and she responded to them and they responded to her.
You refer to the gallery, which is in Hyde Park, very
That's
much
right.
in the centre of
That's
London,
right.
and very much in the public
Yes.
way.
But she never stopped seeking ways of helping us, which amazed me actually, because she was so busy. But right up to the very end, she was wanting to host private lunches for us, to raise money and so on and so forth. And she was remarkable. She really was.
And now Prince Charles, without her and the boys?
Well, I think that, of course, the boys it's left a terrible void in their lives, one that can never be replaced. But I hope that what has come out of the last week, and particularly perhaps today, and the speech of their uncle, the Earl Spencer, will remain with them as a sort of guiding light for the future. And you heard something that I've never heard in a church before, which was spontaneous applause.
Speaking of cutting edge, it was pretty direct.
It was very direct, and these things I think needed to be said. He said them in a very unflinching way, as you would expect, and I think the message, that is perhaps the message for the future, and particularly applicable to Prince William and Prince Harry.
Thank you very much for climbing up these stairs and seeing us. Lord Peter Palumbo, former chairman of the Arts Council, good, strong friend of Diana, Princess of Wales.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to take you back now to the procession. After they were coming down Constitution Hill Palace, the gun carriage has just passed Buckingham Palace and is beginning to go down the Mall towards St. James's Palace. Right in front of Buckingham Palace, the Queen bows her head. And I want to bring back in again Sarah Bradford. Sarah, you've one of the Queen's biographers. Try to help us understand what you think Her Majesty is going through this week.
Well, I think immense sadness. I think regret at what has happened in the past. I think tremendous concern for William and Harry, who are, after all, the future of the monarchy, and who have been through the most difficult time over the past years, seeing their parents publicly disagreeing, having bitter fights, and finally divorcing. And now, just when things were perhaps getting more normal, this terrible thing happens for them. And so the Queen, as the head of the family, bears the major responsibility for them. And I think as she saw Diana's coffin pass, all these things went through her mind, many regrets for the past. And as she said, there was Diana, a warm, affectionate, smiling, exceptional person.
Do you believe that the Queen will also feel a sense of guilt at the manner in which her own son has been raised and the cloistered way in which the crown has existed for so long, and especially now that she sees the public response to the public nature of Diana?
Well, I think that in every family, when things like that go wrong, the parents do, or indeed should, question what part they've had to play in it. And when these first things became public, the divorces, the Queen turned to one of her closest friends and said, "What did we do wrong?" So she's certainly not above thinking that way. And of course, I'm afraid that there has been some responsibility there in the lack of communication between the different generations, which Diana was hoping to bridge when she married Prince Charles.
We will have lots of time as the day continues to talk about the future of the royal family, but you hear the first scale of the pipes now as pipers join this funeral procession. Let us listen.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales, the final farewell will continue after this message and a word from our ABC stations.